Our escape pod was destroyed and you died. Lucky for you that you have been reincarnated through an insurance claim. Warp drive active. You clumsy pilot. The capacitor is empty. You clumsy pilot. Docking request accepted.
Good afternoon and good evening, friends far and wide. I am CCP Jotun, and you are here joining us for the Anger Games Volume 6. It's an exciting day. We have a long day of matches ahead of us, a long weekend of matches ahead of us. For the next couple of weekends, we'll be having pitched combat back and forth between all these different teams of various skill levels and experience. I'm very excited, and thank you so much for joining us here. With me, of course, are my esteemed guests, Murray Rothbardo and Scotland's own CCP Overload. Gentlemen, welcome to the desk. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Excited to be watching some tournament matches today.
Yeah, no, it's an exciting day. I cannot tell you how exciting it is, both for me getting to do this, be on this side of it for the first time in this position, and also to see tournament play come back. Tournaments, I've said for a long time, tournaments are the part of EVE that makes EVE not just the spreadsheets and space simulator that we often, perhaps justifyingly so, get badged with. This is our, this is not our Super Bowl necessarily, but this is a much smaller bowl, more like a kind of okay bowl, which is exciting. So for those of you who aren't familiar, this is the Anger Games. This is a different set of rules, a different set of competitors than you'll see in the Alliance tournament. An exciting set of rules, some new things that were added this year. And I want to go through some of those very quickly. We'll talk about some of the rule changes here shortly with my friends at the desk. But just to go fly through them as fast as possible. Previously, teams were able to pick from a pool of ships. Each ship was given a point value. You were able to pick out of 100 previously. Now that point total has been raised to 150 points total that games are able to pick from. So more of those high value picks are a little bit easier to fit in some of these comps. The match time has been reduced from 10 minutes down to 7 minutes. The overtime period triggers now when no team has a significant lead of at least 20 points at the 7-minute mark. Overtime will last for 3 minutes and will increase the overtime bonus by 58%. Means that your bonus modules will get increased by that much when they are overheated. Bomb damage also increases by 58%, and this is in the notes because LOL is what it says. Changes made because most matches are decided within that time period, and so there's usually a lot of cleaning up at the end of matches. That won't be a problem this year because the match time has been reduced significantly. Lastly, the duplication rule has been removed. Instead, we now have point values for over and underperforming ships separately in an attempt to give teams more comp options. Now, CCP overload, you've done this more times maybe than any human being on God's green earth. What do you make of these changes from AG5 going into AG6?
I think it's exciting. I think it's very easy for us to kind of get stale. You know, tournaments in EVE Online have been running for such a long time, and you know, there's definitely things that we love to do over and over again. But shaking things up, changing things every so often really gives a little bit of excitement sometimes to the meta as you watch the best teams struggle to figure out what the new meta is rather than just rely on all the old knowledge from previous years. And this is quite a substantial shakeup, really. I mean, Anger Games, of course, have been using 7 players for a long time. I quite like the 7-player format, but upping the points total, changing the overtime rules, and a couple other of those highlights that you mentioned, all just add a new dimension to the gameplay. And if I can share a little bit of Anger Games trivia I learned very recently. The Anger Games 6 is in fact the 5th running of the Anger Games, because the first Anger Games was Anger Games 2. So
is that real?
That is indeed correct.
That's very funny. Murray, I'm curious what your take, because one of the things that we talk about in a lot of these different contest formats is how different teams approach the matches in different ways, right? You not only are you talking about a different group of competitors that you now have to contend against and plan against, but you also have different rule sets, different skill sets going into this tournament with the rules as they are now, and with the different team size as what you would see in the Alliance tournament. In your perspective, what do you see as being sort of the what are we looking at for meta shift as far as how teams are going to be planning out their comps going into this tournament?
I love theory crafting, so this is my bread and butter. But the big things, I think, the first one really, the Anger Games being 7 people instead of 10, it's something that means that you just generally tend to have less DPS available, which means there's often a much bigger focus on trying to kill enemy logistics or trying to limit enemy logistics so that you can kill things. And so that's one of the big things you see when people are kind of putting together comps. Another big thing is without the point duplication rule, it means that when you're banning ships, those bans are much more powerful. The difference between, oh, they had 1 Sleipnir in this comp and they switched it to a Claymore. Oh, okay, they lost like 200 DPS. But if they had 3 Sleipnirs and now they have to pick 3 of something else, suddenly there's this much more meaningful impact in that design choice, right? And so you can see that bans have a lot more impact on like kicking out meta ships and forcing people to like actually change strategy. And those strategies are influenced by whether or not you can take out the enemy logistics. Because oftentimes, if you're not threatening enemy logistics in these matches, you can't kill anything.
And I'm curious too, because you mentioned how the rules or the team size can limit a lot of the DPS that people will have on grid. Do you see, Murray, the change in point totals available being something that kind of swings that in the other direction? Because a lot of these high value comps, these battleship heavy comps, suddenly become maybe a little bit more interesting now that you have an additional 50-point buffer that you can work with.
Well, there are more points, but they did make everything more expensive, right? So it does have a little granularity to it.
Sure.
But I think one of the biggest things is like just looking at the ships at the top of the scale, your battleships, your like fancy command ships. These things are still going to cost like 40 to 50 points, which of your 150, that's a lot.
Yeah.
And so when you used to see like a rare triple battleship comp in the AT, you still had some points to work with. But if you try to field more than 2 battleships here, you have no points for the rest of your comp. And so people are going to have to get creative in terms of kind of blending ships together, not just, picking some things at the top end and working with it.
Yeah,
Well,
can I just add in as well on the
please.
points? Adding the granularity, I think, has actually really opened up a lot of the 3D crafting space. Back in ye olden days, when all of a particular class was the same point, regardless, you pretty much would always bring the one of those ships that was the best, and it was
Sure.
pretty well known. There were some ships that just are less effective in tournament play than others in their same class, and they had the same points, so why would you bring them? Unless you were trying to get around a ban or you were sort of doing some crazy magician stuff. But adding this granularity allows us to start like spreading some of these ships around in points value, and not just by like +1, -1 that we've seen in some alliance tournaments with ships like the Gila getting up pointed over other faction cruisers. We can put maybe 2 points or 3 points or -1, -2, etc. It allows just a ton of granularity. And like I say, opens up that 3D crafting space. Suddenly, a ship that was not viable because of its cost, maybe there's a reason for it now.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think you're right. And one of the things that people like the most about these contests, or these tournament contests rather, is how much time they can spend ahead of time theory crafting, working at new comps, trying to find things that are going to work. And these opening weeks are important. Teams are still trying to build out their comps. They're still trying to find going to see what works best against other teams. Obviously, there's a bigger disparity in potential talent in this opening round because it's the opening round. But a lot of teams, especially teams at the moderate to high level, are going to be still working these things through. And I'm really excited to see how that plays out. I think we have about 4 minutes until the first match starts. My producer can let me know if that is wrong, but okay, then let's go ahead and get started with this first match. I think we have bands that we can put up here shortly. Our first match is between Hangry Nubs versus E is for Emotional Damage. Hangry Nubs, of course, captained by Brave Collective's own Dujek One Eye, and the E is for Emotional Damage, captained by Chosen One Erkinen. We have bands, ? Maybe up there? I've got them. We can read them. Maybe we have them up there. Oh, okay. Gotcha. No problem. Okay, so let's go through these real fast. The team from Hangry Nubs, they have banned the Gila, the Curse, the Abaddon, and the Mollusk, while the team from E is for Emotional Damage has also banned the Gila, and they also banned the Blackbird, the Kizriel, and the Jackdaw. CCP Overload, what do you see from these bans from the Hangry Nubs team?
So the Curse is a really popular EWAR platform, as is the Mollusk. Curse, of course, with those heavily bonused engine neutralizers, really good at shutting things down. But of course, don't underestimate the tracking and guidance disruption that thing can put out as well. It can really screw up a turret-based comp, obviously a missile-based comp as well, depending on which way you decide to bring it. So they don't want to see that. Like they are probably, I would guess, looking to kite around if they're trying to get rid of that. And the Mollusk says that to me as well, because that's something that can reduce your effective range with its bonus damps. The Gila, just all-around powerful ship with those bonus drones, extremely hard to clear them as well. And that Abaddon, big tanky MF that sits in the middle and just projects damage across the arena. So all things that would be quite effective at dealing with the kiting comp, especially those Gila drones. He can just lock up like a frigate and press F to say goodbye to that frigate, as those drones will just go and murder it. So yeah, I think they're going to try and kite.
And as somebody who's tried to go up against, and anybody who's tried to go up against Gila heavy, and especially drone heavy comps, especially bonus drone heavy comps, will tell you that a lot of teams can fall into the pit of trying to go after the drones, but especially Gila drones, EOS drones are so hard to kill. Murray, the team from E is for Emotional Damage, has that same Gila ban, but also the Blackbird, Kiz, and Jackdaw. What are you seeing from that group today?
Yeah, again, like Overload is saying, I think the Gila is just kind of a classic ban. I don't think it actually tells you too much just because it's just a strong all-around ship. The Kizreal and the Jackdaw, though, those are pretty telling. Those are ships that really can only kite.
Yep.
You're rarely kind of slamming in a rocket Jackdaw. You can, but it's a little rare. And so it seems like they are trying to make sure that their opponents aren't kiting too much, or at least they're on a slightly weaker form of kite, and they might be looking to kind of brawl down with something.
Good. Well, and I, as an advocate of the Church of the Brawl myself, I'm so excited to see a team go in on a brawling comp. Now, this is the first tournament, I believe the first tournament that the Kizreal and the Meku Ball have been in tournament play. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm excited to see how those ships get added into the mix here now, especially the Kizreal, a popular choice in a lot of small gang comps, especially with how much projection it has, with how much speed it has, its ability to maneuver around the grid. CCP Overload, whenever new ships are introduced like this, whenever the CCP goes through and actually puts new ships. Oh, we're good. Okay, well, then we are going to go take that back. We'll talk about this afterwards. We're going now to the tournament match between Hangry Nubs and E is for Emotional Damage.
Hello everyone and welcome to the first match of Anger Games 6. I'm here with Zeroke All and we're almost already underway. It looks like Hangry Nubs here have brought a Leshak all-in comp, so they're going to be trying to leverage those 3 tanky cruisers, control down the tackle from the opposing side and get that Leshak onto a real big critical target. What have E for Emotional Damage brought here, Zeroke?
They've also gone with an armor comp. They've got the T2 and Eros Logi, but they've brought some control with the Sentinel and the Vigilant with its strong webs. And they've also got the Armageddon battleship. So we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, you can see that the blue team here of Emotional Damage just trying to put DPS on that carriers, get him taking range, whilst then Nurgle is diving in well ahead. This is the real advantage of these T2 cruisers. They allow you to put an assault frigate into the midst of your opponents and not really worry about it. Look at how much space that Nurgle is now providing for the Armageddon as it slowly trundles in there. That
Yes.
Leshak has to be worried about it, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the Neros is just managing to stay well within rep range there of the Nurgle. It's going to be quite difficult to take that down with its ability to sort of mitigate damage with its small sig radius.
Yeah, that said, Dujek One Eye, one of the people we saw play a lot of solo queue and we know is an absolute practice and scrim fiend, and very, very practiced in that Leshak. He has so many matches under his belt on it. It's going to be a bit interesting to see the nuances of how he applies it in this match.
Looks like he is for emotional damage are going for the Mauler and trying to split damage onto the Kerries as well.
Oh no, Dinar Masnasi, what are you doing? Your Sentinel is right in the middle of things. You're going to be able to get some newts down, but the counter newts from these newt maulers are just going to turn off all of his modules. They're going to turn off his AB soon enough, and at that point, this Leshak should be able to track him. That's such a rough mistake. I'm not sure how that's happened.
The Aneros is managing to get the reps off, though.
Yeah, do you think that this Sentinel is going to survive, or is this some sort of calculated play?
I don't think that was intentional, Jintan.
That said, the Armageddon is free here. Moving over the top should be within newt range of that Guardian now, because those Armageddons have huge range on their neutralizers, 40, 50 kilometers. They can still zero out the cap on a Guardian, and that's going to potentially put some pressure on this Kerries. You can already see him bouncing up and down, up and down. The high application of the rails from this E for Emotional Damage team really getting used to great effect there.
Yeah, if they can get some good hits off with the tracking, they could perhaps delete this Kerries off the field right here, but so far it seems to be holding up just about.
Yeah, and they have an absolute swarm of drones around it as well. Both teams here really locking up in that center with a couple of ships on the outside. I think this is going to come down to what the Vigilant and the Phobos get to do from the E for Emotional Damage. They could really just run across there. There's almost nothing screening them now. There's no tackle advantage left for this Hangry Nubs team. If they could fire into the back line, they could potentially DPS down that Guardian right now.
Yes, and it looks like this Guardian's going to have to choose between the Magus and the Kerrys right now. It's having to keep both of them up.
Yeah, some really good slow play here from E for emotional damage, not taking advantage of things immediately. But man, look at the wide gap there on the left side of the field. There is nothing standing between the Vigilant and the Phobos and landing on that Guardian. That's so scary to see. All
This
of those
Magus-
cruisers just bunched up in the middle around the battleship.
The Magus being kept up by rep bots right now, but if they do lose these armor links, they are going to find it a lot more difficult to keep these ships up.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
the
Sentinel
Sentinel.
here. You nearly thought it for the moment. Meanwhile, all this time, Dujek has just been ramping up in this Armageddon, and look at the progress he's starting to make there as the Armageddon hits about half armor. That it will be the eventual win condition. That's what this Hungry Nugs team is trying to do. Just sit your Leshak onto a target, ramp it up, and win through that. But man, oh my god, I don't know what's happened, but that Armageddon is not tanking at all now. The chunks are really coming in from this Leshak. Dujek might be about to take most of the DPS off the field here for E from emotional damage.
They're going to have to decide here. The Sentinel could go down here if they decide to try and save the Armageddon.
Yeah, either way, they're going to be losing something really critical and not paying much for it, getting a little bit of trade back onto the Marla, but that is not going to do anything. Armageddon down. Wow, that's brutal. And Sentinel down right after it. Oh, this is devastating here for the E for emotional damage team. They need to pull off an absolute miracle here to win now. They have none of their primary DPS and one of their key control ships is off the board. They no longer have anything to neutralize that Leshak Spool with.
Really difficult to see how they can get any DPS here to sort of take out these armor ships now on the Brave side. I think it is looking pretty bad for them. The Magus now in trouble. The Vigilant also being damaged. The split damage, difficult for armor Logi to put up with that. It really does take ages for those armor reps to cycle.
Yeah, and these big cruisers here are going to come into their own from the Hungry Nubs team because they can just glomp onto one of these cruisers and sit there and just tank DPS for long enough that it won't matter. Look at how well Hungry Nubs is cleaning up here, just going out, grabbing, looking down all these ships, and then mauling them to death. It doesn't matter what that Aneros tries to do at this point, there is no way he's keeping anything alive.
Positioning as well, they're just slowly edging in. They're just keeping their distance, able to apply from range. I'm not sure they can really come back from this now. He is for emotional damage. This Pandemic Horde team looks like it could be in its last stages here. Of course, they only need a 20-point advantage at the 7-minute mark, and at the moment, with that battleship down, they've already got that.
Yeah, and there we see a Vigilant falling. We'll probably see the Magus go right after it. Their E for emotional damage here, making a final desperation play onto the Guardian of Ali Aris, but she is in the back line. She is perfectly safe, and there is no way that they're going to be able to get on top of her now. Really great play, as usual, from Hungry Nubs, and unfortunate here from EA's emotional damage. They did play things out very carefully. They thought they were very thoughtful with their approach, but they just weren't able to take advantage of the opportunities presented to them.
And Brave brought enough DPS that it didn't matter they had the T2 Aneros on field the entire time. That Aneros just unable to keep those ships up under that weight of DPS.
It is worth noting, though, that unlike most E Online tournaments, this is not even close to the end of the road for E for emotional damage. We will be seeing them play another couple of games in their groups to decide whether they'll actually be landing in the next week when the tournament proper starts. This is just the group stages that we're going through at this point.
And now we see the final cleanup. We've got the T3 Cruiser and the T2 Logi still on field, but it's not long now before this Aneros. If it can kite away, it's going, where is it going? It's just kiting away, not going for an MJD play, just trying to eke out as much survival as it can, but you know what's happening, you know what's coming.
And that is the game over as, we have hit the overtime point and both teams are not within the point range for overtime. So we'll hand it back to the studio.
An exciting opening match between the Hungry Nubs team and the E is for emotion damage team. Of course, that was Jintan and Zeroek Ul. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll be seeing more of them throughout the day. CCP Overload, Murray. Let's start with you, Murray. That was an interesting opening setup from the Hungry Nubs team coming out with that Leshak comp. And the Leshak seemed to be the name of the game. Can you explain a little bit more why the Leshak is so valuable in these 7v7 sets?
I can see Murray has been struck by the muterator as he is
the
muted currently.
Muterator. We're coming out
It did me
firing,
bad.
folks. It's okay. Start again.
Yeah, we're hanging in there. The Leshak is one of the few damage ships where if you just kind of leave it alone, it can punch through T2 reps, even if the reps are like unmitigated, which they largely were for that match. The Nyros wasn't suffering too much at any point, and it just sat on the Geddon, and given enough time, the Geddon will explode.
Now, CCP Overload, we mentioned this a little bit ahead of time, and Murray brought this point up before the match, and I was kind of very excited to see this play out almost immediately. The question of when you're in 7v7 sets, you do sometimes lack a lot of DPS, and we did see that from the team from E for Emotional Damage. They didn't have a lot of the bulky DPS that some of these, especially like Battlecruiser heavy comps or Command Ship heavy comps, can field. What do you think the thinking was for that team for E for Emotional Damage with the Oneros, the Armageddon, the Phobos, the Vigi, the Sentinel, the Magus, and the Nurgle?
I mean, the Geddon does a pretty respectable amount of damage by itself, but it also has those range bonus neutralizers, so it's really, really good at control and damage. This whole comp is sort of set up to
Adversity as it comes.
spotlight on Murray. There.
Yeah, what?
Hey, there you go.
Hello there.
The man's back. Welcome back, Murray. It's so good to see you again. Okay, so I'm going to get a check on our timer as well, because I know we're going to try and keep this show rolling. But yes, see, what you all missed was CCP Overload giving a detailed and extremely insightful dialogue about why the Armageddon comp works so well. Unfortunately, that all happened off stream, so we are going to have to put that one in the past. Very sad. We will move ahead ever forward to this next match between the teams from Laserhawks and Yamete Kadusai. Those teams, of course, captained by Six Venetari and Zaryak Quiffen. We have bans for these two teams. Laserhawks banning Gila, Armageddon, Sentinel, and the Yamete Kadusai team banning the Loki, Curse, and Bargast. CCP Overload, the Laserhawks bans of the Gila, Geddon, and Sentinel. What are you seeing there, sir?
Not too dissimilar from what was just brought in the last match, banning out that Geddon and Sentinel, two very powerful electronic warfare ships. Geddon, of course, can neut out enemy logistics cruiser. Sentinel can keep it neuted out while that Geddon is free to move around the map. And Gila, I think it's probably going to be one of our most popular bans for the tournament in general. It's just a very powerful ship. So this is a anti-control ban. They don't like newts, basically.
Yeah, no, they absolutely do not seem to want to see any of that smoke on grid. Murray, what are you seeing here? The Loki, Curse, Bargast, especially that Bargast, our first Bargast band of the tournament, often banned in these kind of formats. What are you seeing from the team from Yamete Kadusai?
Yeah, these are truly the El Clasicos of tournament bans. The Loki, those long webs, damage, tank, it's just a permanent classic staple you want to get rid of, especially if you're trying to kite. And then the Bargast, the projection, the utility, all of that, another classic ban. Again, something you often see banned when they want to kite. So between those two and the Curse, I'm saying it's a pretty safe bet that Yamete is going to be trying to run away.
Yeah, I mean, the Bargast is just so good at range, has so much versatility on these grids. Those Curse with the long noose, a lot of different options here. I think we should be good on the arena, question mark. Hopefully we're good on the arena because we're going to be passing it off here very shortly back to our friends, Jintan. Correction, we'll be going over to Jintan and Zero here very shortly. Until then, folks, just play with us. We're fine. We're doing the best we can. Everybody's having a good time. We're vibing. Get your channel points in, folks. We are doing the job. Now we pass it off to this match between Laserhawks and Yamete Kadusai with Jintan and Zero Akul over in the arena.
Hello everyone and welcome to the arena. And Laserhawks for this game have brought one of the classics of tournament gameplay, and that is a rush comp, Minmatar Rush in this sense, with you taking advantage of the discounted Cinnaballs to run a absolute wall of 425mm autocannons with that little Kitsune for luck. What have Yamete brought here for us, Zero?
Again, it's another mirror in terms of it being another shield comp, but this time they're going for shield with ranged missiles. So we're seeing 3 Orthruses and 2 Cyclone Fleet issues, and then the T2 Frigate Logi. So we're looking at Kite versus, what is this, Shield Rush, Jintan?
Yeah, this is Shield Rush from Laserhawks going up against what looks to be RLML primarily from those Orthruses, Kite here from Yamate. So they're going to have so much range control here. That Zvipple is going to be extremely scared as he comes in. All those RLMLs streaming towards him, and that Kitsune as well has to take real care. Looks like they're going for the Osprey first, though, just deleting that health bar. Look at how quickly it's going down.
You can't imagine that Osprey being able to proc with damage from so many missiles. These clips now will probably delete this Osprey without any issue.
Oh, the Cinnables, though. Look at them. They've just crashed into the backline here. They've caught so many things up with all their scrams.
One of these battle cruisers, Nymph, in his Cyclone Fleet issue, he's caught. I'm not sure he's going to be able to survive. Does he have his own local reps?
I don't think it matters with that amount of DPS being poured into him. That's probably looking at 3,000 to 4,000 from all of those medium guns combined. The Kitsune is slowly dying here. It looks like he's managed to jam out some of those Orthruses, forcing them to waste DPS on him, splitting between the Cinnable and himself. Nymph, though, oh my lord. It was those scalpels doing work.
Celebra managing to catch one of the Cyclone Fleet issues, but it doesn't seem to matter as those other Orthruses manage to kite away. They probably hitting in reload here now.
Yeah, this is the time where Laserhawks really needs to make the difference. They need to keep Celebra alive, and they need to get Captain 2 Bun down. If they can do that, maybe they have a chance at catching one of these Orthruses. If they only have those Sleipnirs left, it's almost certain that those Orthruses are just going to be able to kite this match out and win off the back of that. Oh, and look, Celebra is hitting armor here so soon.
Will these reloads of these Orthruses, you know, they take so long to reload, will that matter? I'm not so sure. Cerebra going down here. This will free up this Cyclone Fleet issue, but I'm not sure if he'll manage to survive.
They will take out the Cyclone Fleet issue here, but I don't think they're going to be able to win from that position. Just 2 Sleipnirs is such a hard fight against 5 other ships. You know, to those 2 Scalpels combined, that is... It's about 70-80% of the reps of a Scimitar. You're talking about so much EHP a second being left alive on this field now. And I don't know if those Sleipnirs are going to even be able to fit in such a way that they can take them down.
You could understand why they would leave the Sleipnirs to last, being so tanky. Those T2 resists coming into play. But against 3 Orthruses worth of DPS, there's not much they can do.
Yeah. I mean, if they can land on top of anything, it will be a massacre. Those guns are still extremely potent, but those Orthruses are so fast, they have such good agility, and they have their defensive scrams that it seems, you know, it would take an absolute amazing amount of skill from these Sleipnir pilots to be able to win this match now.
And as predicted, these kiting Orthruses and Scalpels just managing to keep range from these Sleipnirs. Doesn't matter how fast your Minmatar battlecruiser is, it is not going to be able to catch an Orthrus in this position.
Yeah, they're going to have to make use of the MJD beacons. They're going to have to do something. They still have a lot of time to play with here, and those Orthruses are relatively slow at chipping away at these Sleipnirs.
It is taking quite a long time. They don't even really need to coordinate the Eclipse here, these Orthruses, though, do they? They can just rain down that damage. They can even come into closer range with Fury here and still manage to stay safe, I think.
Yeah, you say that, but they are splitting DPS. They're putting now rounds into Zeros, even though Zalia was already, you know, running low on ASB charges. I'm not sure what the purpose of that is when they're both running with clips, both in the offense and the defense. It makes me wish we could see the module status of all of these ships, because I'm sure there is a lot of, like, extremely deft, reload and apply my nanite paste and MWD to this place and...
We finally see the drone flights coming in to add some DPS to these Sleipnirs. Perhaps they forgot about those, who knows. But now they're in. Zeros, he's not looking in a healthy position here. With the drones, they're just going to chip away while these Orthruses reload and just keep firing those rapid lights into them.
They are both on top of that MJD beacon now, though, so they do have opportunities to do the funniest... Both of them are MJDing. Okay. Zalia is MJDing. Looks like they're trying to cut off the backline. I don't think that's the right angle. I don't think they're going to land on top of anything.
Well, these Orthruses, under Scalpel reps, they're still not the tankiest of ships, but they really need to get at 0 on these Orthruses to even have a chance of coming back here.
Yeah, you got to hand it to Laserhawks, though, fighting until the very, very last moment here. Now they have pincered them, so the Orthruses and the Scalpels, they'll need to squeeze to either side, and there's a chance they can catch them against the edge of the arena. But it would require Zeros to live, and I don't know what the chances of that are now. He's bleeding armor with every single volley of RLMLs that comes through. Oh my gosh, his heart must be pounding.
Even with the MGD play, these Orthruses, they can just stay at 50 kilometers. It makes it so difficult to catch them. You'd have to really get lucky or really think, about your positioning of your teammates and how you can maybe try and get into a position where one of them is just isolated enough or runs away towards the edge of the arena, but it doesn't seem likely. The drone's back on now. The drone's back on Zeros in the Sleipnir. Of course, with the MJD play, they did mitigate against that drone damage for a short time, but now it's back. But still, the Sleipnirs stay up. I mean, they are very tanky. Like I said, I would certainly leave them to last if I was in this position. And here they are still standing against 3 Orthruses.
It is really incredible what the Laserhawks team has been able to do here with so little resources at the end of the match. But, as Zeros finally seems to have oh my lord, they've caught Zariak. Look at that.
Goodness.
Look, this is what
And
I was
he's
talking
going
about
down
this
so
whole time.
quickly.
If all they need is one little error and they can absolutely break
but
stuff.
Zeros was down. Almost felt like bait there.
They
Zariak
might
not
still kill
survive.
Zariak. No, it looks like they're gonna live.
Well, these Orthruses, they've got their local reps. Perhaps the Scalpels, though, able to keep them up.
Oh. No, I'm sorry, I'm just losing it over somehow an Orthrus getting caught by a Sleipnir.
How did that happen? Well, I'm sure he'll be in for some ribbon from the teammates for almost dying at the end of that game.
Yeah, nearly through. Unfortunately, that it's 30 seconds left on the clock here, so we are running to the very end of this match. Oh no, he has managed to get on top of him. Zariak might still go down at the end of all of this. Please, yes.
Go on. That's all.
Go
we
on.
need. Yeah.
Yes. Does that take us into overtime? I hope it doesn't.
They need a 20-point gap, right? In order
Yeah,
to.
they've got that. They've got that.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
wow. This is the end then.
This is the end of the batch. So with that, it looks like Yamate Kudasai have taken the victory. So we'll hand back to the studio and talk more about it.
There we go. An exciting match, our second one of the day. And already we have some fireworks. Somehow an Orthrus, seemingly against all odds, being caught by, of all things, a Sleipnir. One of those ships that has maybe never once in its entire history caught an Orthrus. An incredible feat. Not quite enough for the team from Laserhawks, though. Murray, I want to talk to you about this Laserhawks comp. A shield rush comp against a shield kite comp. But the Cinnaballs, the double Cinnaball in that comp, is an interesting setup. You don't see that very often. What do you make of that?
The Cinnaball has some features that are tempting, right? It's insanely fast, so you can catch stuff, and it's got good damage. But one of the big things you got to think about when you're rushing is all your ships are going to be at 0. They get to choose what they shoot on your team. And that means you want them to have no good or obvious targets. And when you look at the EHP on a Sleipnir and you look at the EHP on a Cinnaball, the Cinnaball is the obvious target. And so you saw they immediately went for them first the second the Logi was down, and they died really fast. If those Cinnaballs had been something much tankier, you could have seen a window where, given how close this match was, just buying a little more time, holding down a single Orthrus for long enough to a Sleipnir gets on top of it, would have been absolutely game-changing in that match.
Yeah. Now, I want to ask you something else, too, before we go over to the analysis of the other team. When you're talking about a rush comp, right, there's so much of the play that goes into that is trying to grab something early and trying to take something out fast, because your entire strategy relies on quick aggression, not so much a kind of dancing around the outside of the arena, trying to make tactical plays, but putting as much damage into something quickly as possible. Are Sleipnirs the right move for that? I mean, they have been popular in the past. They have a lot of application, a lot of range. But when you're talking about comps like this, where you can't do like a triple Slep play with a lot of utility in the back, is that the right move for that team?
Hail never fails, baby. Sleipnirs are actually a really fantastic ship because later in the match, they've got the self tank, they've got a ton of upfront damage. The key is just you need to surround those Sleipnirs with some additional things, right? They're not great at tackling by themselves. They need someone else to go get that tackle. They need, a little bit of extra support in that regard. But the amount of damage and the amount of EHP and the relative mobility that they have, they're a fantastic ship for the Rush comp.
Yeah.
Yep.
I couldn't agree
I mean,
more.
the Sleipnir is probably one of the most popular tournament ships of all time in this game. But a quick shout out to the target choice from the Orthruses and Cyclones, because it's very easy to, when you see a rush comp, especially as Murray says, with these really fast Cinnables come flying at you, it's very easy to get fixated on that. But they saw the Tech 1 resistance of an Osprey, and that thing against that amount of missiles coming in was always just going to be, at best, a logistics speed bump on the way to destruction for them, because there's no way it can survive. And we saw how quickly it got clipped. That's good target calling, not getting fixated on these Cinnables rushing at you. Blast that logistics ship before it can move, and then it's just a case of you'll probably feed like a fleet Cyclone, but because you then still have your scalpels, it's a war of attrition which you can win.
And I'm actually glad you mentioned the missile heavy comp, which we absolutely did see from the team from Yamete Kadusai. The triple Orthrus, so much damage and so much versatility in positioning that they offer you. Is that a comp that you think we're gonna be seeing a lot more of throughout the tournament? CCP Overload.
Yeah, I mean, the Orthruses are just such a powerful ship in general. They always have been since the introduction of them into the tournaments. That's why they ended up being up-pointed. I believe Alliance Tournament 17, sponsored by Mordor's Legion, saw a glutton of bar guests and Orthruses throughout. It's always going to be good. And without point inflation as well, then triple Orthrus suddenly becomes totally and utterly viable. Only 19 points each. Control, long distance scrams, just huge amounts of DPS, and we talk about this a lot in tournaments, but the clipping, burst damage, you don't have to have sustained damage as long as you can burst through things with your clips on your rapid light missile launchers, then reload, reposition, and go in again. That's actually a pretty solid win strategy for a lot of teams.
Of course, and they've got great skins. So let's go ahead and go to our next match. We have the New Eden, let me check this name real quick, New Eden Villains Valley versus Of Essence. New Eden's Villain Valley, of course, captained by King MYF and Chad Flame, the captain of Essence. Chad Flame, my boy. New Eden Villains Valley banning the Ishtar, the Orthrus, and the Kiz, and Of Essence banning the Slep, Alligator, and the Gila. CCP Overload, what do you think? Ishtar, Orthrus, Kizra, what are they trying to avoid here?
I mean, Orthrus is, as we just discussed, pretty powerful in general, so I'm not surprised to see that banned just straight up. Ishtar is a strange one. I think maybe they were like, hey, we should ban the Gila, but probably the other team will ban the Gila, so let's just ban like the backup Gila, which is the Ishtar. And I believe they got lucky because Chad Flame of Essence did in fact ban the Gila. But I don't really understand that ban unless there's something I'm missing. The Kizrael, also an interesting one. It's a good swap in, swap out for things like the Sleipnir right now. Yeah, interesting bans all around, to be honest. But this says that they want to probably not be kited.
Yeah, and Murray, the Gator as a pick, what do you think? I mean, that's got to be the first time we've ever seen. I mean, clearly the first time we've ever seen it. It's a brand new ship. Do you see anything in there that is unusual from that Gator Sleipnir Gila pick?
I'm a little sad. I was really hoping to see the Gator in a tournament match, see it in action for the first time. But, I mean, it's kind of the same boat as the Gila, right? It's just got so much damage, so much tank. Those drones are so scary.
Well, we're going to go now to the arena. We have New Eden Villain Valley of Essence with Jintan and Zeroak Ul.
Hello everyone and welcome to the arena. We have the two teams ready here, and the red team has brought an absolutely a fascinating comp for a team that we haven't seen a lot of before, and that is a Widow ECM control comp. They're just going to be trying to lock out their opponent's game plan and try and win through sheer attrition. What have Of Essence brought here? Because they look very interesting.
So Chad Flames of Essence, they've brought 3 battleships, spending most of their points on the rapid heavies in the Typhoons and the Armageddon Navy. And then we have just, T1 logistics frigates and a Malediction, and then some very important links at the end. I'm not sure if they're going to be doing a lot
Oh,
of movement
MJD
here.
plays immediately off the bat. Look at that. And they were nowhere near the beacons to start with. So those are inbuilt MJDs.
Well, I'm surprised that they managed to get so much mobility here.
That Armageddon Navy issue has just slipped right into the backline, and he is now going to be able to apply all of his newts to that Aneros. Oh no, he's going to actually... No, okay, it looks like the Widow has successfully jammed him. He's successfully been able to turn all of his attention, but that Armageddon Navy issue is now blocking off the retreat path of the Widow. They're going to be able to get all of the battleships on top of that and start raining DPS down. Look at the DPS already getting applied to that Kerries. Oh my lord.
The Aneros also in trouble. I mean, they split in damage against the Kerries and the Aneros, but of course the Kerries stuck between Booney in his Armageddon Navy and the other Typhoons now.
Yeah, it looks like the Widow jams must have just dropped, or maybe the Armageddon Navy didn't even have him locked quite before he pressed his MJD button. That Aneros now is taking the super duper powerful newts of the Armageddon Navy issue. Don't forget that has the newt strength bonus. It is locked down here now by the Confessor. He's been able to pull back into the backline, and that Aneros is going to be able to escape the range. That Aneros is probably good to live for now, so Of Essence needs to find something else to find purchase on. But look at just how little damage has been applied back to Of Essence at this point.
Difficult to see how either team are going to be able to apply enough damage to kill anything quickly here. If those Widows jams manage to jam out... Oh, the Magus in trouble, though.
Yep, there we go. Just absolutely swatted. This is the one downside of the composition that Of Essence have brought. They've got those three big heavy hitters, the Typhoon, the Armageddon Navy issue. Everything else is basically paper. It's almost like extra armor plates for those battleships.
The Confessor being targeted now and the Kerries.
Yeah. Okay, so New Eden's Villains Valley have an opportunity to stabilize here. They've gotten their Aneros out of harm's way. He has a frigate protecting him, and they are going to be able to slowly work down the low end of this Of Essence team. But how are they going to be able to chew through that EHP from Of Essence? You know, they only have a couple of DPS ships here, really, of any note. If any of those three go down, the Widow, the Vigilant, or the Confessor, it's going to severely impact the rate at which they're able to trade back.
And on the other end, how are these rapid heavies going to apply to the majority of the ships being, quite small signature radiuses? Of course, they could probably, if they can get on top of that Widow, manage to kill the Widow. The Widow, of course, can't jam out DPS against itself.
Yeah, I've got to say, Parcio Onzo here doing an absolutely spectacular job. He has been sitting there with in a confessor, just solo holding down this Armageddon Navy issue for almost the entire match since that first shot. But the Widow is going down. Look at that, King MYF suddenly in nearly structure here.
And how will they manage to kill these Typhoons if this Widow goes down? I mean, these Typhoons, they can hit you from a long range. They won't apply very well. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
They have to keep that Widow up. They have to spend everything they can. Oh no. They need to hope that these clips run out or something. Maybe all the battleships just reloaded, and that's why we saw that break in damage. I'm not sure. We can't tell from our positions. But
the Widow being where it is, I'm not sure it's going to be getting armor links. Definitely that Magus looks out of range to me.
Oh, please, the Kerries are taking DPS here. It looks like he's just probably overheating his damps, trying to turn one of these Typhoons, one of these Armageddon Navy issues, stream of DPS off, and it's working. Look, the Widow is tanking, and Kuruk is taking DPS now too. He's in half armor, and he has no way of repairing it. Oh my god, this is amazing.
How have they managed to apply so much damage to that Typhoon?
This is some crazy, crazy stuff. That's all just from the Widow, I'm pretty sure. I think that's a cruise missile Widow.
That Typhoon chunking now a little bit more.
Yeah,
I'm
the
not sure it's
Kerries,
going to survive.
They need to start... Of Essence has to start killing the low end here. They have to accept that they're not going to break that Widow, and they need to either make a play onto the Aneros, which they cannot do, because New Eden's Villains Valley, after killing the low end of Essence, has now just established tackle superiority. They have all these battleships locked down. They have no positional freedom at all.
Even the Kerries unable to really stop this DPS coming into this Typhoon because things are so close to it. Perhaps that MJD player has put them in a vulnerable position. The Aneros still in range to wrap up this Widow. The Widow still surviving, taking all the attention.
Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. It's going to be so, so close. Coming down to the end here. We've only got a minute and a half or so left on the match as well.
I think the Neos is now starting to struggle to keep that Widow up. Perhaps the overheat. Perhaps it's overheated all it can.
Oh, it's gonna come down just to the last couple of seconds here, and I think that's gonna make. I think if that goes, yeah. If the Widow goes down, this does mean that we go into overtime still. I think.
The Typhoon goes down. Will they trade it for the Widow?
Oh, that might be enough for it to stabilize.
Without that extra Typhoon's DPS, you'd think the Widow would survive, but it's still. Oh, it's now getting its armor back.
I've got to say, what an intense match. With the points as they are, New Eden's Villains Valley is going to take this in just under a minute left to go. Of Essence has to pull something out the bag here. They have to start chewing away at that low end. It's the only way they're going to
finally going for the carries and the Confessor here. And the carries doesn't look like it can keep up. The carries right in the middle there, just able to be targeted by what is... Oh, it's got armor bots on it, though.
Yeah. I think New Eden's Valley New Eden Villains Valley has this.
Of Essence now in trouble because Chad Flame is now taking DPS, probably from that Widow again, right? And it's going down quite quickly there. It'll probably survive this clip, but if the match continued, you'd imagine that Chad would be in trouble here.
Yeah. I mean, it was an amazing opening play there from Of Essence, but then equally, New Eden Villains Valley, they were able to turn it around. They were able to figure things out, readjust their tackle, and kind of stop the threat before it had a chance to really gain traction and win the match for Of Essence. Amazing
there was a point
stuff
there where that Widow, I mean, I thought it was going to go down, and if that Widow went down, they lose the control, and you can only imagine it going in one direction, but it stayed up. Unbelievable.
Absolutely. So let's hand it back to the studio and get ready to watch some more matches.
The hero Oneros keeping that Widow up and saving the day for the team from New Eden Villains Valley. CCP Overload. As people have often said, Logi is important. In this match, maybe no greater example of that. What are your options when all of your Logi drops versus when your opponent still has theirs and you're trying to make some kind of play back and forth under those conditions?
I mean, if you lose all your logistics and the enemy still has some, then you're kind of already on the back foot. You really need to just burn stuff down as quickly as possible. You can do two things. One, try and kill their Logi as well and make it even, because obviously you can only have one Tech 2 logistics cruiser, or well, only one cruiser in general, so it can't receive reps from anybody else other than drones. Or you can just ignore it, try and control it down somewhere with things like newts, jams, etc., and just say, yeah, you can't do anything while we kill your friends. Unfortunately, that was not to be in this case. I mean, the Armor Widow is already a bit of a slim pickings. It's made sense to go for that. Only has 4 low slots. If it's going to have any DPS, like maybe some of those are going to be devoted to damage mods as well, which then takes away from your tank even further. And of course, as pointed out by the casters, everyone who it is jamming can shoot it. So it is kind of a bit... We saw it almost go down, but yeah, that's Oneros is it Cotton doing a great job keeping him up.
Now, Murray, I'm interested to see your thoughts here. The Navy Geddon and the Dual Typhoon. These kind of missile-heavy comps you see a lot, especially have a lot of effectiveness against other battleship comps. You would think that in this kind of situation, we have a 3 battleship-heavy missile comp versus a single battleship target. That the Widow would have been slim, would have been an easy target, an easy knockout early on. What kept the Widow alive during this match?
The Widow had homies, man. Like, within maybe the first minute of the match, you saw the Geddon Navy and both Typhoons each individually had somebody holding them down. The Confessor, the Magus, the Pontifex. They were all individually pinning down one of these battleships. And that gave the Widow, that gave the Oneros the space to move, avoid newts, avoid damage, and stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot say enough how important it is to have your homies. And I'm glad that you mentioned that, Murray. Very important insight. I agree. And Eve really is the game for homies. We're going to go ahead and move on now to our next match. We have Snuffed Out versus Smile and Wave. Snuffed Out, of course, coached by the ever brilliant Nuke Michael. and the team from Spinal Wave, captained by Garland Costello. The team from Snuffed Out banning the Abaddon, the Scimitar, and the Curse. And the team from Spinal Wave banning the Sentinel. Once again, the Alligator and the Armageddon. CCP Overload. Let's talk about this Abaddon, Scimitar, Curse. Seems like a pretty stock standard ban set for the team from Snuffed Out.
Yeah, absolutely. These are, as Murray would say, El Clasico bans also, to be honest. The Abaddon, again, brick tank that can project all the way across the arena. Very effective against shield kiting comps. The Scimitar is pretty much the number one choice for shield kiting comps in terms of logistics cruisers. It is just more agile than pretty much anything else. It is the best by far. And then the Curse, long range newts, as well as the tracking and guidance disruptors, very good against kiting comps. So Snuffed Out do not want to be kited.
No, does not seem like that is the case. And now, Murray, I'm curious. We didn't have a ton of time to talk about this in the last match, but I wanted to. The Alligator, an interesting choice. The Alligator, often described as a worse Nighthawk, or maybe a slightly better, well, not a slightly better Gila, because for a lot of different reasons. But the Alligator now trying to find its place in this new meta. We haven't seen any Alligators on the grid yet, but it has been banned twice. Is there something that people are seeing with this Alligator that makes them just like, oh, I don't want anything to do with that. I don't want any of that smoke. What's going on here?
To be honest, your guess may be as good as mine. My suspicion is that it's something that's performing very well in a rush style composition, right? They're pretty fat and their missile projection isn't that great. So it might not necessarily be something that's coming out too much in like a kite comp. But if it's kind of taking the place of the Sleipnir, the Nighthawk in those rushes, I can see it being very dangerous, especially because those drones really do such a good job of going after enemy logistics and deleting them no matter where they run.
Sure. Well, and we've seen a lot before too. All these Garissa ships, the Rattlesnake, the Gila, and now this Gator. All of these ships have so much utility both in brawl setups and in kite setups, especially with the Gila, because of how much range you get with those drones, because of how much damage they do, because of how hard it is to kill that drone damage, and because of how well those drones apply. I'm interested to see how this plays out. We have a long weekend ahead of us. We have a ton of different new comps that we're going to be seeing, and having this Alligator be focused out so early when some other options like the we've only seen the Kizrael banned I think once so far, twice so far. Good. Well, folks, we are now going to be going over to the match. We have Snuffed Out versus Smile and Wave with our commentators Fear, Vina, and I think Jintan is filling in for Wingnut right now. But either way, we'll see you at the arena.
Welcome to the arena. This is Deep Spar along with Fear. We've got two interesting setups here, starting with Snuffed Out in red. We've got another Widow-based comp with a Widow, Vigilant, Magus, Confessor, Pontifex, Carries, and Onirios. Fear, do you want to introduce the next one?
We got Lasers Galore from Smile and Wave, better known by their previous name quite a few tournaments ago, Hydra Reloaded. Yes, the Russian super team and longtime scrum partners of Hydra are back together again and competing in this year's version of the Anger Games. Paladin Redeemer on the top end. I believe these are pulse fit, but I will have to double check. Their Warpins would suggest that they are pulse fit as well. That's going to be a lot of damage. You don't see a lot of these two ships on TQ outside of very specific scenarios. Paladin mostly used as a crabbing boat. I know Horde tried to use it as a mainline Doctrine DPS ship to some success, and the Redeemer pretty much only used in Blops drops, but it is the most popular Blops. We are right about underway, and both of these laser boats will pump out quite a bit of damage if the Widow can't keep them at bay.
Yeah, absolutely. The Widow's going to struggle with that as well, given that those two boats are going to be able to project out to it unless it is very far back. We're already seeing damage go out onto the Vigilant, interestingly enough, trying to keep that at bay.
Yeah, the Vigilant can be pretty potent, has the 90% webs on top of it. No web range bonus, but we see this Mauler from Plutonium. Look for the screen. I'm going to take a look at this Mauler, see if it's got any guns on it. It does not. So this is a full... Oh, sorry, it does have guns. Excuse me. So mixture of guns and nukes on that. And they are putting some damage into the Confessor of Ergonol at the moment.
Yeah. Meanwhile, they're just trying to pull back, looks like to that MJD beacon possibly, but they're getting chased quickly by these Confessor and Vigilant tackle ships. But now they appear to be pulling back. So the Confessor did not like that smoke, was taking a little bit too much damage, and they're now trying to pull away.
Indeed, they are. That said, there isn't a whole lot of DPS coming in from the snuffed out side. Really, you know, the Widow has a DPS bonus, but in an armor type of matchup, you're not going to use a whole lot of low slots for DPS. So you really only have some DPS off this Vigilant, and you're really just trying to control them and whittle them down. Meanwhile, we see some damage went towards this Confessor, and Vydra are around this MJD beacon right now waiting for a play. We see the range control coming in from the red side, but they haven't really committed to anything yet because they know that these MJDs can be really potent in the hands of a top team.
Absolutely. They're trying to push back on that Vigilant now. I think the Vigilant will just fall back a little bit. Nuke has occasionally flown ships smaller than a Super before, so I think he'll be able to pull that off and not fall into that trap. But they're getting closer and closer. Eventually, that Widow is going to get in range of that Paladin and Redeemer and is going to start taking some damage from it. And I don't know that he's going to be able to keep up under that pressure.
Well, on the plus side, for Snuffed Out, they do have a carries, so that should be able to mitigate some of this DPS. As the first MJD comes
MJD's
in,
going.
the second one as well, they're moving down to the lower MJD beacon on the map. They're going to keep this range control for now. They're just waiting for Snuffed Out to overcommit right now. They're playing patient, but once again, Vydra Reloaded, they are a very storied team. They've placed very highly in the AT previously, although... Let's see how they do up against Snuffed Out, who has had recent success getting through feeders.
It looks like their Deacon misplayed a little bit there. I don't think Snuff's going to be able to capitalize on that, but he is pretty far out of range for a minute there, and they're having to go out and save him. Unfortunately, Snuff without the projection to really do anything about that, but they had a good shot there where one Deacon was probably a good 60 to 80 kilometers away from his friends.
Yeah, and we see the Mauler Plutonium just getting ready for the screen. Vigilant and Nuke Michael starting to dive in. We see some damage coming in from these lasers of the Paladin and Redeemer. But the Redeemer right now is damped out, and the jams are landing on top of them. Damage coming in onto the Deacon White Drop right now. We'll see if they're going to be able to make that stick. It looks to be only drone damage, though, as this Vigilant has yet to commit, and neither has the Confessor.
Yeah, we're seeing just playing around the edge here. It looks like they're set up for another MJD away if they decide that they don't want this. I'm not sure why they don't. It looks like the Paladin, they're still just trying to take out that Vigilant. They really don't want those 90% webs on them. But
and here comes the commit from Snuffed Out. We see the Confessor start to dive in. Damage coming out onto Ergonol Condor now. Tournament pilot that I've actually flown with as part of the Brave team previously. He's with Snuffed Out for this tournament, but mainly on Big
that
AB.
Deacon going down.
DQ, but the Deacon... White Drop being taken down very low, but they've got rep bots on top of him, as well as Deacon reps from Mickey Knox, and they might trade back onto this Pontifex, who's now half armor. Doesn't appear to be catching reps quite yet. The Cineros rep's going to be very potent, but not if the Redeemer and Paladin are on top and tracking.
That said, that Deacon does not appear to be webbed by the Vigilant. They really need to get those webs in order to apply well. Deacons have incredibly small sig radiuses, and they're pretty quick, too, for what you would expect. So they're actually fairly hard to hit and take down, especially without any form of tackle on them. Those Vigilant
webs
would really do the trick.
Only on the Redeemer right now of Garlem. More damage going on to Ergonol, but he's able to stay tank using the defensive mode. And get damage coming in from, or reps coming in from the Eros, but now Wally Mart's taking damage on the Widow. This will be 2 full racks of pulses with versus Oniros reps.
Paladin
but
pushing
the trade might
in
be this
towards the
Deacon of Mickey
Widow.
Knox.
We've got the Mauler and Paladin moving towards Wally in the Widow. It looks like Snuff might have overcommitted here. Can they do something to take this out?
I mean, Mickey Knox currently under webs finally from this Vigilant as they continue to trade in, but this dive is coming in pretty deep on top of the Widow. They're not in short range ammo range quite yet. I thought these were pulses originally, but I could be wrong. Although what the ranges are, those pulses or tachyons? Honestly, can you tell me? They look like
I'll take a look and see, but it looks like the carries is actually stopping the Paladin in its tracks. The Mauler is stopped, but that means that they're on top of the Onirios. They still have not managed to kill that Deacon down there, and they're now spread all over the place. I don't know if either team can actually apply its full damage to anyone else.
Well, we're about to hit overtime, and that means reverse tie-dye. If you have not seen that before, everything becomes faster and faster until the grid is cleared.
On this
Deacon
time,
of
it's
White
actually
Drop being
overheat
taken out
damage.
pretty low. Oh, it's overheat damage this time around. Excuse me. Thank you for correcting me. AT is reverse tie-dye, but new overtime mechanic this time around. Deacon of Mickey Knock taking damage at the moment, but it looks like both these teams going to wait it out until overtime and see what the increased damage will do to them. Vigilant of Nuke Michael also taking damage right now from these pulses as Wally Mart gets chip damage taken to him and the Widow. We are now in overtime. 3 minutes remain on that, and this Vigilant gets taken down pretty low in armor, but he's catching reps from the arrows.
Yeah, I think one thing that they've managed to do here is they have split up the Paladin and the Redeemer, so they're not able to apply their full damage to either. That said, that overheat bonus onto the Vigilant now, doing a lot of damage, chunking him pretty low. Snuff really needs to respond with being able to put some damage on something here, preferably one of those Deacons.
Preferably one of those Deacons. We've seen very good screen come in from the Smile and Wave squad, excuse me. This Vigilant, though, getting out with reps once again. We have been said that the overtime is similar to being a C6 Red Giant damage. Maybe not quite that much, but
I think that they're trying to take out this Mauler.
Plutonium.
It looks like they're trying to use the advantage of the Deacons. Deacons very hard to kill, but they do have incredibly short rep range. So the Deacons were out of position, and they just pushed onto that Mauler, trying to take it out before the Deacons were able to get over. But it looks like the Deacons have managed to make it over, save that Mauler in low armor, but maybe they can just push through and finish taking that Mauler out. As this is now overtime with a minute and 30 left.
Look at this Paladin, he's right on top of him, while the Confessor has kept this Redeemer at bay for the time being. The Redeemer isn't
Nuke going
being
low.
jammed out, nor is he being jammed. And now the Vigilant goes into low armor. This might be the breaking point, finally, for this blue side and for Smile and Wave.
Just holding on in absolutely low armor into structure, but now coming back, and the Mauler about to go down, it looks like. Potentially, they're going to be able to take that Mauler out. And
30% structure, the Mauler's dead.
If they can hold on to that Vigilant, they'll just be able to pull this off. Deacon going low, too, from Mickey Knox. So it looks like Snuff has been able to turn this around. And maybe they're going to look at a clean win here.
There's Deacon.
That said, the Pontifex now in half armor.
Welcome back to tournaments.
Harry's going down as well. It's not quite over yet.
Snuff to have made over the last couple years, because Deacon going down. White Drop falls in a low armor. He doesn't have anything left in the tank to save him. 20 seconds left in overtime, and what seems to be an upset. Snuffed Out are going to take down Smile and Wave.
It looks like that's it. They now have no Logi. Nuke is sitting happy, almost at full armor again. The Carries has a little bit of damage on him, but it doesn't seem to matter. The Pontifex has some damage. The Magus has some damage, but I don't think any of that's going to allow them to come back. And time's up, and that's it. We'll be sending it back to the desk in just a second for them to analyze that incredibly amazing match.
Well, they needed overtime to do it, but Snuffed Out somehow manages to find a way to kill a Mollis without a dread drop. CCP Overload, an exciting match. We saw a Paladin for the first time. We saw a Redeemer. We saw the Widow comp. It's a very similar Widow comp to what we saw last time. What happened in that match that made that Widow, or that made that fight so long, and really extended out the fight up until overtime?
Well, you basically had one low DPS heavy control comp going up against a comp that knew that they had to wait for a break in the surf to go in, to use a term, and try and dunk on something. It was interesting that with the overtime rules, it benefits the blue team, I think, a little bit more here, because the additional damage, punching through like a Vigilant and a Widow, I mean, those are not exactly famously tanky ships in the first place. You would expect that to, suddenly flip to them. But they, the Snuffed Out team kept themselves composed. They didn't overcommit. They let the blue team kind of burn around away from them, and just kind of wait for the match to slowly come to them. If you're the one that's chasing, you kind of just need to wait for your opponent to mess up like once, and then you have an opportunity to snatch the advantage. But then again, you are also relying with the Widow on the famous roll of the dice to see if you do land jams at the right time. And we did notice towards the end there, as the jams landed on both Deacons at the same time as the Mauler was going into Hull, that was probably the moment for them right there, getting both Deacons jammed. Just after that, it's ret bots only on the Mauler, and it just wasn't enough.
I agree. Now we're going to have to move fast here because that match did go over. Before we do, I want to let everybody know that we do have a second stream up right now for the second set of today's matches. That is at twitch.tv/Eve Tournaments. There's a totally separate stream. It's not me, it's some other guys. So twitch.tv/Eve Tournaments. We now go, we only have a minute and a half to do this, but we have the next team, Aggressively Mid-Tier versus Paid Actors. And Aggressive Mid-Tier with the Gila, Orthrus. I did get that right? Yes, Aggressive Mid-Tier with the Gila, Orthrus, and Ishtar ban, and Paid Actors with the Loki, Scimitar, and Armageddon ban. Murray, what do you see? Again, Gila very popular, Orthrus very popular. The Ishtar seems like an interesting choice. What's the thinking here with this?
Maybe there's some drone meta somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah.
The Ishtar, to me, like, we haven't seen it do too much yet. Nobody's pulled it out, even though it hasn't been banned too often. So I think we're gonna have to kind of wait and see on how good that is. I'm excited for this match because, first off, my boys, Aggressively Mid-Tier Rogue Capel, gotta shout them out. But also, they're faced up against a team captained by Windjackal, and that's a group that wrote, and whatever group Windjackal's been in, they've fought on Tranquility more times than I can count. So that both teams, on top of just wanting to win the match, really want to kick the other one down here.
CCP Overload, you got 20 seconds. Loki, Scimitar, Armageddon, anything interesting? Ban.
I mean, there's a bunch of interesting things there. The Geddon, obviously, Newt, Scimitar, very good at kiting, and Loki, those long-range webs. So, yeah, cool ships. I give them a 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5. Pretty good. Props from CCP Overload. We now go to Fear, Vina, and Deebs in the arena for this match from Aggressively Mid-Tier and Paid Actors.
Welcome back to the arena as we've got our next match already lined up. We've got in the red, Dominix, Vexor Navy, Stratios, Magus, Pontifex, Zarm, and Arbitrator, which looks sort of like a drone comp. And then in the blue, Fear, what do we have?
In the blue, we are seeing the new pirate battlecruiser, the Kizriel, from the side of Paid Actors, also known as Forsaken Empire. They've also got Triple Rupture, an Osprey, and a Tempest rounding out, and they have Warped at 0. So Rush Kizriel, it looks like. A little bit interesting considering it has a fall-off bonus, but they're going to look for it anyways into this Rogue Capel squad who, with the Zarmaz, are going to be very tanky onto the one target that it looks like this squad is meant to delete. 5 seconds until match starts. What do you think?
This is definitely interesting. They also have the Dominix, the Stratios, and the Vexor Navy all right there just waiting to be grabbed by that rush team. And the Stratios... Vexor Navy both kind of tanky, but not against this, I don't think. That said, as we get started, they are going straight for that Osprey, trying to remove the reps from that rush team, and they're just jumping on that Dominix.
Yeah, Rupture of Toad and Duress going to be the primary right now from Rote Capel. But as you mentioned, they're onto this Dominix. Now, the Zarmast has those Triglavian reps that ramp up over time and give the single highest rep power out of any cruiser in the game. But at the same time, there's a lot of DPS on this squad. What is this? 5 ships with medium autocannons and another one with larges. We see the Dominix go down into about 1/3 armor remaining. The Rupture of Toad, about 11% shield remaining, and that is a shield tank squad with this Osprey.
Yeah, absolutely. That Dominix is now slowly recovering. It looks like they might have switched to the Stratios. It's taking a little bit of damage. The Rupture going down. Rupture's not renowned for their shield tank. So if they are able to hold them and throw that damage on them, they will go down quickly. It looks like they might have given up going after the Osprey, and they're just worrying about getting that DPS down as fast as possible.
Well, that is typically the trade that you want to do when you're up against Shield Rush. If you think about Shield Rush, it's very similar to Dreads on TQ, which is you want to go with your primary target being the highest DPS over the lowest amount of rep. Whatever number is higher on that, that's one that you want to go for. In this case, they went for the Ruptures, or lowest amount of shield tank, excuse me. So as we see, the Ruptures being very paper and doing a lot of DPS, they are a very effective trade right now, and that is what is going well for Rote Capel. They're keeping this Dominix alive, and with 2 Ruptures down, the DPS is going off the grid fast for paid actors.
Yeah, there's some chasing happening here. That Zarm is getting chased by a Kizreal. Could be in some trouble. Magus now low. Magus deleted very quickly. One problem with the Zarm is it is hard for it to swap targets and rep something else. So now we've got a Dominix down, 2/3 armor. The Zarm getting caught here and also starting to run towards the edge of the arena a little bit. No, not quite. It looks like he's turning back in. But that Kizreal is really putting some pressure on him there.
Yeah, 89 kilometers out, he'll be fine as he turns around. As we see, this Rupture of Achilles down all the way into armor. Now more damage going on to this Osprey as well. It doesn't look for the side of paid actors like they're going to come out with the win this time around, as they're just going to lose all their DPS on the Shield Rush. And now it's time to talk about the Kizreal, because it has an extra mid slot over a Hurricane Fleet issue, but does the same amount of damage. And I'm not sure it's worth the extra points, but I want to know what you think. In a Shield Rush setup, I should say.
I mean, it's definitely an option. The extra fall off does help you there a little bit, because if you're being held out, you can still reach out and touch things, and it still does quite a bit of damage. But that said, it doesn't look like they have gone for a heavy tank on there. That said, the Zarm is now down. I think it might be a little bit too little too late, as the Kizreal from Lord Servant is also going down. The Osprey and low shields, it looks like this is just falling apart. But that said, that Arbitrator going down quickly, it might be possible for them to turn this around here if they are able to take out some of these ships.
Yeah, the Arbitrator's been tracking disrupting the Tempest the entire time, so now with the large ACs getting some tracking back, probably, if I were to have to take a guess, it was tracking damps in that particular instance. Razelau in the Osprey about to hit structure. He's going to go down alongside Lord Servant, so it'll leave a Kizreal and a Tempest versus the world. This Dominix down to about 1/3 structure. I may have called the match a little bit too soon, because the DPS, the attack bar, is still much higher for this blue side right now as we wean into the final minutes of the match.
Yeah, that Dominix has no sustain left, so it is just going down, and that is going to be the majority of their damage gone with that Dominix going down. So we're going to have just a Kizreal and a Tempest versus a Vexor Navy issue, a Stratios, and a Pontifex. That Kizreal is able to catch those things. It is fast. That is the one thing it really has over the Hurricane Fleet issue, is it is fast. So the question is, can this Stratios and Vexor Navy play keep away long enough? And I don't know that they can. The Kizreal and the Tempest both able to project damage out, and neither side has any sustain left.
That said, the Kizreal's got XLASBs, so once it's out of XLASB charges, it does not have any logic and it should go down. That'll leave a Vexor Navy and a Stratios versus a Tempest. I'm not exactly sure what the point values are, but what I do know is that you can't overheat drones. So the Stratios and the Vexor Navy issue won't be able to take advantage of the overtime bonus. That said, Vexor Navy issue now getting caught by the Kizreal, so I spoke way too soon on this one. Rogue Capel, they looked like they had the match in the bag, but looks like some better target calling came out from Paid Actors as they're going to take this now.
Yeah, it looks like perhaps leaving that Osprey up as long as they did was not the right call. Taking out those ruptures took a little bit too long for them to remove the damage off field, and they traded their Zarm for an Osprey, which is just not a good trade. And now this Kizreal in armor, Gavin also in armor. Kizreal's dropping a little bit faster. It's going to be a really close call, but a Stratios versus a Tempest is not necessarily the matchup that I would personally pick if I wanted to win the game.
Except the Vexor Navy issue and the Stratios are way off the Tempest, so they might be able to get out of range of these guns, the large auto cannons. We see Windjackal finally getting a reload on his XLASB, but he is in a structure and they are chipping through it ever so slightly. Paid Actors continuing to keep on through this fight. 40 seconds remain in the match until we get into overtime. Windjackal, he got another rep off of the XLASB. If you're counting, I believe that's 3 or 4, now 5 reps coming through out of the 9, so it looks like Windjackal will stay alive as the damage comes down onto the Stratios. 24 seconds left in the match, and Paid Actors, as I said, it looked rough for them early on, but it looks like they're going to take this one up against Rogue Capel as Gavin Petrie now into half structure.
Yeah, it looks that way. They will not be going into overtime given this point difference. I don't know if they even would. I think they would if they got the Kizreal down, but unfortunately for them, they're not going to do it. And in fact, that Vexor Navy issue might just squeak by. No, it does not. It goes down right at the end there.
And with that, we're going to send it back to the desk to bring you analysis of that much and bring us into the next one.
Claude back from the brink. Hello, everybody. Once again, it's me, CCP Jotun, joined by Thier, Vina, and Thoronth here at the desk. Gentlemen, hello. Good to see you both, of course. What an exciting match. We saw one team drop a lot of DPS early, and the other team claw at them. Looked like it was in fact, one of the commentators may have said, hey, this thing's done. And then
I don't know who said that. Not me. Definitely.
Like a phoenix rising from the ashes. The team from Paid Actors clawing back to victory. Fear, you were in there. What did you see? What was the key pivotal moment here? Was it when the Zarm went down early, or was it when the Lord Servant and Razaleo and the kids in the Osprey from Paid Actors managed to hold on just long enough so that their team could apply a lot more of that damage on the back end of the aggressive mid-tier team?
I think it really was catching the Zarm, right? There isn't a whole lot of sustain in just a Dominic's Navy issue or on the side or on the drone comp side. I mean, it can rep a little bit, but really you're focusing on the Zarm. When you take that many points, you're trying to make sure that the enemy team picks a bad target and you're able to stick on it quite well. In this particular instance, they were able to get onto the Zarm, kill it, and with that, even with all the ruptures gone, the Kizreal still does as much damage with autocannons as a Hurricane Fleet issue. It still has 50% effective DPS bonus on 6 medium autocannons. So as we saw that plus the Tempest Fleet issue, even though it was stopped by the Arbitrator a little bit, once they killed the Kizreal, they were able to kill the Arbitrator, get the Tempest Fleet issue up and running, or sorry, Tempest, not Tempest Fleet issue, up and running, and they were able to snowball the match.
Thoronth, I'm curious, it was mentioned during the cast of that match, but the Zarm is always an interesting choice. Zarm, capable of a ton of rep power, has a lot at its top end spool that it can do to keep its ships alive, but does have trouble swapping between targets because of it has to reset that spool, and can be jammed out. It doesn't have, or rather, has a harder time splitting those reps as well. Do you think that the Zarm in the modern age is still the best choice for an armor logi in these comps?
I would say it never was the best choice. I would say it's to begin with. I would say it's a pick that is situational, depending on what is the other stuff that you have in your comp. Do you think that you will be able to, as you said, preserve that spool is this something that you want to keep up? Because Zarm has absurdly long range. It doesn't have fall off, so you can rep stuff from above 70 kilometers. Just sit there, be completely safe most of the time. Anyways, if you are screen fall properly, but I don't think the case was here. I think this Zarm. I'm not sure because I came back. In the middle of the match, right,
Sure.
to watch it right from the second stream, but I've seen that those Kisreals, they did have scrams, and that Zarm was still doing something like 600 meters per second, even with a web. So I would warrant maybe a guess that it's 100 MN, and that thing has to compromise some tank. It is good versus missiles, right? But usually that ship, any Logi with 100 MN config, it requires rep bots to work. And when you bring drones to do damage, you don't have rep bots. So there's a bit of anti-synergy there. I don't know. It's just my guess, but I might be completely wrong.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. And let's go ahead and move now to the next match. We have two teams, the first being Module Clickers Anonymous, and the other team being Slow People Eternally Raging Games, or the Slow People Eternally Raging Games. Module Clickers Anonymous banning out the Gila, the Jackdaw, the Barghest, and the Scimitar, and the Slow People team banning the Gila again, the Loki, the Curse, and the Sleipnir. Fear Vina, the Barghest again. We haven't seen a Barg in a match yet, but this is again another Barg ban. What do you think is so scary about the Barg in these setups, especially with only a 7-man comp?
Same thing that makes it scary in the Alliance tournament, right? It has an extended scram range. It is the best rapid heavy platform in the game in terms of just raw missile range and raw firepower, which in a format where you're only allowed one battleship and everything else is going to be cruiser down, rapid heavies, with the exception of what we saw earlier with that triple battleship setup. But even in this particular instance, the one rapid heavy ship of the Barghest becomes a problem, especially because it's able to self-screen with the extended scrams. Grant you, no flagships in this tournament, so you're limited to 15 kilometers unheated before links and before heat. But either way, they just don't want to see it on this particular match.
I agree. And Thoronth, the Sleipnir getting banned out for the Spurg team, the Sleipnir, the Curse, the Loki, and the Gila. Looks like they might be trying to avoid a rush comp. What are you seeing from this team?
Well, first of all, as you said, rush comp is out pretty much, except for Kisreal. So it is still possible to bring a rush comp. However, that rush comp is not going to have so much of a sustain on its own. A Sleipnir reps way more than the Kisreal does with X-large ASB, right? It has tech to resistance. It's not as fast, granted, right? But it brings 2 links. And now there has been recently a buff, so those links no longer have T-Rex arms, and it's back to 50 kilometers of range. So they can provide support way better. However, I think that we might see armor from both of those teams, because shield is pretty much out of the question unless you bring ships that are less on the power level, or there are some options like you can still bring Navy cruisers though. So maybe Hams will happen.
And we have not seen a lot of Navy cruisers yet. I'd be interested to see if they pull something like that out for this match. But we go now to the arena. We have Module Clickers Anonymous and the Slow People Eternally Raging Games with our commentators, Nuke, Michael, and Moderator. We'll see you back here soon.
Hello, I am Moderator, joining my friend and very excited tournament winner right now, Nuke Michael, for what looks to be like possibly a bit of an ECM match with ECM Tengus and those Blackbirds. Nuke, walk us through it.
Absolutely. It looks like both teams have brought strong ECM cores with 2 Blackbirds on one side versus a Griffin, and then 2 ECM Goos on the other. It's going to be a lot of... only one team has a bunch of DPS here with those ECM Goos if they are ham fit, but it certainly will be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be critical to see if we can get, those ECM Goos are going to be able to land jams onto the Leshaks, right, and, be able to possibly, break spool on any other target. But, that's going to be also an interesting choice of Logi, going for, Neros. Heavier versus an Osprey of Estimo Tharkan. Interesting to note that, those pirate faction invulns not allowed in this tournament to save your Osprey.
Absolutely not. And that Osprey is going to be a lot more vulnerable to the jams coming off of those Blackbirds with those T1 sensor strength.
And already we're seeing that the broadsword of Kami Inamai is using their opportunity to close range, trying to get their heavy scram onto, something. Roderick going up ahead to try to screen, it looks like. And so far, just the Oneros pulling range, Griffin taking a little bit of damage at range.
Yeah, it looks like Spurg wants to close the gap here and try to get their Tengus and that broadsword right on top of the enemy. That is going to be ACs and hams, so they want to get in close. They do have that Vexor tackled of Roderick, and that seems to be their first primary here.
Yeah, the Vexor is going to be critically just, it's a full Newt Vexor, no guns on that. That's pretty typical for a lot of these tournament rosters. And now the Leshak choosing to just entirely burn past the broadsword and the Drake, actually now getting caught, kind of in that furball in the very center of the arena. Seeing if that Leshak can't just, use its spool at close range to get on top of something, but may have difficult tracking.
He's still spooling on the Griffin, actually. He's still spooling on Anthony, hoping for one of those good shots. Once he's at full spool, it can only take 1 or 2 shots, and that Griffin can pop.
Yeah, the Griffin, if I was Anthony, I would try to, break range, get away from a Leshak that can maybe, get a lucky wrecking shot or something that's going to put you in a world of hurt. So far, Repbot's getting on top of that Vexor, keeping him alive for now.
Absolutely. It looks like these Tengu jams just aren't having a great job landing on this Oneros because the Vexor is not struggling at all. And really, if the Logi gets jammed, he should be struggling with those 3 ham ships and an AC broadsword on top of him.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that some of the Tengus are, themselves getting jammed out by Blackbirds not being able to apply damage to the Vexor. And critically, this Griffin taking a lot of damage from drones, nothing really nearby him. But, if that Griffin, goes down and we see that Estimal is right next to him, I don't know if he's able to lock anything. And no, the Griffin does go down.
Griffin goes down, and Estimels is being spooled on by the Leshak right now. He looks like he's burning to try to pull range and break that spool here, but he's taking a lot of damage, and they still are not breaking this Vexor. They've been on him this whole time. They might want to try switching targets at some point.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't know if they can at this point. You see that they're getting muted. The Tengus are scram webbed. The Drake is free, so, the Vexor has basically, kind of been the sacrificial lamb, and they might have kind of all ended. And now switching targets from the Vexor to the Leshak, maybe a call they needed to make about, 2-3 minutes ago.
Absolutely.
Archon going down low.
The Leshak is taking a lot more damage. He's going through his armor a lot faster, but that Osprey is already in hull. He's burned for his life all the way down there, but it didn't save him from the long-range spool off of that Leshak.
Yeah, and now the Blackbirds are just chilling far, far away at range. Oneros chilling also at, comfortably at the very edge of his optimal, trying to put all the reps into the Leshak. And now the Stork, having no Logi buddy to support him, is going to be the primary here. Lots of drones on top of that Stork, and once those links go down, it's going to be very difficult for these Tengus.
Absolutely. Once those links go down, if they have any self-rep, which looking at that defense bar, it doesn't really seem like they do, they're going to be just easily cleaned up here, and they don't have enough damage to break through anything, especially with those Blackbird jams just spread all across them.
Yeah, really look at the control bar now that Griffin, goes down, now that your links are gone. Module Clickers Anonymous just having much better time of it with their ECM. Flono going down into a hole, nothing taking damage really on Module Clickers. Looks like it's going to be 150 to nil sweep here.
Absolutely. There's just not much tank left here on the Spurg side, and they're just going to get cleaned up before that timer can even tick down, and they can't threaten anything at all anymore.
So, Nuke, you're a fan of control comps. You just brought one not a few minutes ago and did rather well. How else might have slow people been able to play this and get a W instead?
I'm not sure how those Tengus will fit. It would be interesting to see. I don't know how many jams they have and what types they brought. If they each just have like one multi-spectral, that's really rough because it's a weak jam. It doesn't have great range, and they only have the one. I would hope they have more racials. I just really think this might have just been a comp loss for them.
Okay, so maybe they just got, unlucky in draft, or they chose the wrong jams and they weren't able to deal with the Blackbirds. Speaking of the Blackbird of James Ross Bank now getting, pushed into some amount of armor, the Tengu of Crucifier having gotten free, and Snake Please now going down here. Maybe killing the Blackbirds might have been possibly a win condition instead of, just trying to go all in for a Vexer that just doesn't really do much besides screen.
That would have been a better play, but it's hard to say because a lot of the core for Spurg, those Tengus aren't especially quick. The Broadsword is relatively quick, but that's about it. The Stork could also play the role of fast tackle-ish, but they don't really have any great ships that can go chase down those Blackbirds that want to play at range, nor do they have a lot of projection with those ham ships and ACs. They have to play close.
Yeah, absolutely true. Teams choosing to use some of the broadswords more often, and they make a lot of sense, right? After they, a couple of years back, got a bit of a damage increase. They used to not do very much, but now they're a rather formidable ship just with the amount of damage, the defensive utility that you get just from being able to screen and use those long-range scrams. But it didn't do quite enough for them as Crucifier's Tengu goes down here.
No, it doesn't really do a lot for me when you're facing another team that does want to brawl. That Leshek has no problem getting scrammed and sitting on you at 0. He's fine with that. And you'll just get counter scrammed and you aren't free to go chase down the stuff that doesn't want to be scrammed. Can just will never get into your long scram range.
Yeah, absolutely true. So, Leshak has been one of these ships that has been brought, for years, really, ever since the Triglavians were introduced to New Eden. How do you typically deal with them when you're kind of building a comp? Like, what do you do to face up against a Leshak?
Leshaks are a big threat, especially if you really want to have a nice control setup to deal with them, or just rush them down with DPS, obviously. But ECM doesn't deal with them too well, unless you have a bunch of ECM ships that can all land their jams consistently. Because otherwise, it'll just spool on whatever's shooting it, and most of those ECM ships just don't have the tank to survive under a Leshak spool. I think if you want to specifically deal with a Leshak, you're better off trying TDs or damps, because then it can't actually shoot the thing that is controlling it.
Right. Well, that's going to be 150-2 victory for Module Clickers, and with that, we'll send it back to the desk.
Interesting. We have our first full ECM comp that just so happens to run into another full ECM comp in this year's Anger Games 6. Very interesting setup between the Blackbirds, those Jamgoos, also Hamgoos, as it turns out. Fearvina, I'm curious, what's the benefit of running a Blackbird versus a Tengu in that situation if both of them are looking to try and get jams off? I think you may have fallen victim to the Mutarator. The second one today, the old Mutarator is back in action.
All right. So for one thing, the Blackbird costs fewer points, so you're able to bring DPS in the form of the Leshak when you bring 2 Blackbirds. The other thing is that a Blackbird doesn't have to do any DPS. All it does is jam, so it's able to stay at the edge of its range, make sure it's still in the optimal, using its range bonus to effectiveness on the ECM. Tengu, meanwhile, does get a bonus range on the ECM, but you also have to bring DPS, and hams are still pretty short range, even with a 50% range bonus on the heavy assault missiles that the Tengu gets. And you're not taking advantage of the bonus that you actually get out of the subsystem for ECM if you do that, because ECM subsystem for Tengu gives optimal range and strength bonuses, but you're not using that optimal range bonus. You're only using half of it if you're gonna stay within ham range. So in a world without or a world where jams taunt instead of jams creating a you can't lock anything environment, it just makes you much more vulnerable to these types of attacks. Plus, on top of that, Tengu's kinetic locked too, so is the Drake. So, I mean, up into an armor comp, you're gonna have the reactive spooling. It gets really, really dicey.
Yeah, and Thoronth, I'm curious, especially when we talk about, a lot of times in these tournament formats, we talk about the idea of tunneling and how one team can get just so locked in on one target. Oh, that one target, if we can just break that one target, we might be able to win this thing. We saw them shooting that Vexer, the team from the Spurg team, rather, shooting that Vexer for several minutes and not breaking it. At any point, do you think that would there have been a better target on that grid, or did they really just need to kill that one Vexer?
Well, considering that there is a Tectology on the field, and as Fear said, they are all kinlocked, then if there is any reactive HUD on any of those armor ships, then progressively it gets worse and worse with every volley shot.
Yeah.
However, if I also noticed one thing that they've banned the Loki themselves, and then they opted to bring Tengu. But it's not a one-to-one substitute, because Loki brings with itself the damage amplification system that is a web. And if you don't have that web, even a cruiser, like if, especially sometimes it happens in the fog of, in the midst of the fight, right? That you have the rage missiles loaded.
Mm-hmm.
Even a cruiser, you're not going to apply fully unless it's webbed. You want some TPs in there. I just didn't see that application, so it took them ages. And you don't want to give a Leshak team ages to keep on spooling and spooling and spooling, and this is what it does best. And you have to bring big numbers of DPS because there was a technology in the field. So
I agree, and we saw exactly that. Especially when you see a Leshak on grid like that, especially with so many jams on grid, you think, well, okay, the Leshak will just be will be a wasted pick. It won't be able to spool on anything, and that was not the case here. Those Blackbirds holding them the Tengus beautifully throughout the entire match. We are going to move now to our penultimate match for this block of time. We'll have a quick break after that. We have the Center for Advanced Suffering versus Bright Side of Death. Center for Advanced Surrendering. My mistake. Center for Advanced Surrendering has banned the Curse, the Gila, the Loki, and the Leshak, while Bright Side of Death bans the Kizrael, the Balgorn, also the Curse, and the Orthrus. Fear Vina. The Curse, Gila, Loki, Leshak bans for Cass. What are we seeing there? The Leshak obviously just came out and had a strong showing the last match, but they're not taking that into consideration when they're making these bans. What are they seeing here?
Well, for me, it says we don't want to deal with armor grindiness. We don't want to deal with the raw DPS output that the Leshak brings. We're just going to take that off the field. And if you bring an armor comp, at least it's not going to have a Leshak with that ramping damage. What's interesting to me is that they didn't ban all the same type of comp. They kind of picked and mixed what they're doing. They took the Curse out of armor control, they took the Gila out of shields, drone, kite, and they took the Loki out of basically any shield missile comp. So there's a lot of stuff that they don't want to face, kinda, but most of these ships have replacements in certain comps. So I'm a little bit concerned as to how broad the bans are.
I agree. Now, Thoronth, this Bright Side of Death bans, very interesting. You have three that make a lot of sense. The Orthrus, very strong. We've seen it already. The Curse, a very popular ban. The Kizrael obviously has been used to great effectiveness so far in the competition. The Balgorn is a very interesting ban. Why would a team ban a Balgorn?
That's a mystery to me, really, because Balgorn, if it doesn't have the pimp of a faction web or officer stuff, it's not that strong of a ship. And specifically, I remember that we used to deal with Balgorn. Like, we were happy when we were bringing Balgorn when the enemy was bringing a Balgorn to our armor comp, because even like any form of cap transfer chain nullifies those heavy units. So the cycle time is just too high, and if you are relying only on Gnosis, then you are not draining a lot. So it's a mystery to me with this ban. However, the Orthrus makes sense because all the substitutes of the Orthrus have been bumped in points. So now Orthrus becomes like the best economy option with the damage per point, I think, over Osprey Navy or Caracol Navy. So this one is good, but Balgorn, don't ask me.
Yeah, I think you've got it right. And either way, we'll see if the Balgorn ban pays off. We'll go now back to Moderator and Nuke Mikkel here with Center for Advanced Surrendering and Bright Side of Death in this match.
Welcome back to the arena. We are here with another match. This is BSOD versus Center for Advanced Surrendering. And these are two very interesting comps I'm looking at. We have a triple alligator. I believe that's the first time we've seen that, with a bunch of T1 frigs to back it up. And Moderator, tell us about the cast team.
Yeah, so instead of a triple alligator, we're going, full Amar, Logi, supported by those Pontifex links, very strong, and armor, autocannon, Tempest. So, like you said, I mean, you can't really bring a triple Nighthawk and have a good support core with it, and maybe the Drake isn't a good enough ship. So, you spend a little bit more points, you go for an intermediate between the extreme of the Nighthawk and the Drake, and you bring an alligator. I haven't really seen this too much yet. You still have to bring the triple Merlin instead to support, but you do get a Basilisk out of it. So possibly a very effective comp, and both teams are very close to each other. So, heavy missile ships want to rush, and they're not going to be looking for targets too hard with those Tempests being right up on them.
No, this is going to turn into a brawl at 0 absolutely immediately. It will be very interesting because the Alligator is generally a tanky ship, but 3 Tempests, all with 2 heavy newts, all at 0, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of struggle to keep your hardeners on. This Bazzi is going to have a rough time.
So Jaya on Muriel is going to be the immediate primary. Martis Bartholomew, we can see all of these newts and autocannons immediately focusing him down. The Merlin's trying to get into the backline here and get on top of this Inquisitor here. It's just going to be basically a base race here. Is Midas into half armor, getting some ASB, it looks like, and some remote, reps from that Basilisk. If they can really break a Tempest before they lose an Alligator here, they're going to be in a good spot.
It looks like the one of the Inquis is also being slowly DPS'd. I'm not sure what by. It looks like the Merlins are trying to kill Yuna here in the middle. Not sure how effective that is. It might be forcing them to split reps, however, because that loses the Tempest.
Yeah, we can see that we see some newts and some tackle on top from the Merlins. I like that call a lot. You get rid of the Inquisitor reps, you have, that much less support for your Tempest. And Midas is going to probably go down here, but they're starting to really win the snowball here. Both Inquisitors dropped, no Logi anymore, just Lynx.
Both Inquisitors dropped for no loss on the Beast outside is absolutely amazing for them. They're going to start trying to burn through the next Tempest here, and Midas is living in just super, super close into structure, clawing back that shield right now.
Yeah, and look how fast No Polar is going down, already losing nearly a third, now half of his armor. Midas, somehow stabilizing just a little bit in a sliver of shield. I don't know if Tempest actually can break him now.
It's going to be rough, although it just takes a few of those newts land in the right timings and his hardeners get shut off. He still will die, but if this Tempest goes down, it becomes way less likely. It's going to be close here between the two of them.
Yeah, Midas losing more hold. That Tempest goes down. Even if Midas goes down, clearly B-Sod is going to be winning. They're already up 88 points. That's pretty dominant so far.
Absolutely, and now it looks like he's pulling that shield back significantly more. Maybe that Basilisk is running out of heat to hold him up, and he might still bleed, but I don't think so. And this Tempest is just melting to the ham DPS that's right on top of him.
Yeah, teams now exchanging good fights in local, and this is going to be a new type of composition. We see probably the hardeners and heat going out as Midas does drop, but triple Alligator. Give me your thoughts on that.
Well, it looks like it's a very interesting variation of something that isn't too weird to see. The ham rushes are pretty popular, and they tend to be generally good. The Alligator is an interesting choice. It's more points, but it gives a lot more tank than the most ham rush ships do, and also brings a large amount of its DPS in those drones, which are still Garista's drones, so they're insanely tanky and insanely high DPS. But it definitely is new.
Yeah, having those kind of shield resistances, right? You have the Worm, the Gila, and now the Alligator, the Successor, all have that base to, +4 shield resist. So you get kind of this weird intermediate between, like a Drake and a command ship that's got the Tech 2 resist. And, it's a really, really scary ship, especially when you have, that bonus from, let's say, battle cruisers to kinetic damage. And you have those drone damage bonuses as well. I feel like if you run into something that's potentially a kinetic strong resist, these wouldn't do too well, but Tempests have no such luck.
They're also not especially fast, so they might not be great into a kite comp, but clearly that's not what they ran into here. They ran into another comp that wanted to brawl it out at 0, which is not what you want to be doing versus a ham rush like this. You absolutely have to run away from a ham rush and try to split up the battle cruisers with your small tackle. Tackle each of them about 10 kilometers away from each other, spread out their DPS so they can't all be on the same target. That's your only way of dealing with it.
Yeah, and now that we're looking at the B-Sod bans, that Orthrus banning that curse, it makes a lot of sense that they didn't want to deal with any sort of a rush comp. They or kite comp rather, and they definitely rushed their way into my hearts with this one as we send it back to the desk.
Well, folks, load up the truck because we got ourselves a goddamn gator comp down here. We got the triple gator for the first time. Lord in heaven, help me. Mercy, Jesus. It is incredible to see the gator coming out with such power, such ferocity, such gentle repose. Fearvina, Thoronth, I want to ask you about this gator specifically because Nuke made a great point. The gator comp really is a ham rush comp. Ham rushes have limited versatility in some cases. When you're brawling, they're very strong. When you're in kite scenarios, not so much the case. Do you see a situation here where they were just in the perfect spot, or did they just play it especially well?
I think Cass was basically outcomped. Unfortunately, their bans now make a little more sense because they don't want a Leshak to chew through all those tempests, all those points they have invested in that. And they don't want anything to mute those precious little, sorry, not deacons, those were inquisitors on the field that we've had.
Yeah,
so,
you're absolutely right.
So Tempest not being a super tanky ship, and now with the rules change that you cannot stack those plates, those tank plates, you can only have only one plate per ship. It's not so much of a stat check anymore, because in the previous AG, you could like get the free Tempests and look at 500,000 EHP out of those, right? Combined, maybe a little bit more if you have decent links. But now that route is closed, and the Gator, especially the Basilisk behind it, just choose enough DPS to break those stuff. They could probably just ignore those deacons, Inquisitors. They could just ignore those Inquisitors or just pop them with the drones, because also I very pointed out, a lot of DPS comes from those medium drones. They are Grista drones, they are mediums, and they track very well. So there is more flexibility to that rush compared to good old Drake Navy, for example. Because if something is far away, you can still, and it's kind of squishy, you can still sack it with Valkyries, and the Valkyries will do their job.
Yeah. Now, I'm curious, Fearvina, one of the questions people will often ask is, in these, by people, of course, I mean me, in these 7v7 comps, if you look at the difference between the Tempest and like an Alligator, for example, the Alligator, 35 points, the Tempest, 38 points. So you're thinking, oh, the Tempest, it's only 3 points more, and it's a battleship. Obviously, this is the choice, the preferred choice over something like a battlecruiser, even a pirate battlecruiser, because of how much damage they can pump out, how much EHP they have. Is there a limit to that versatility, though? Are the Tempests hindered by the fact that by having so many on grid, you limit the amount of support you're able to field?
Well, definitely, right? Because you're like, oh, it's only 3 points per ship, but it ends up being 9 points overall, because you brought 3 of them. And as we saw, there was a big difference. We saw 2 Tech 1 Frigate Logi from Castabouts, and then from Bright Side of Death, they were able to bring a Tech 2 Cruiser Logi in the Basilisk. Now, Basilisk, the less popular of the 2 Tech 2 Shield Logi, so I'm interested as to why they preferred that one, but all things aside, they were able to bring that in part because their ships were cheaper. On top of that, the Tempest, as was already mentioned, isn't very tanky in the shield configuration, and it isn't very tanky in the armor configuration because you can only bring 1 plate. So with that, you're not really getting much extra tank on your battleships because the Alligator is so tanky. And in terms of your DPS, you're actually running about even between the two of them, with the Tempest versus the Alligator, and the Alligator has much better tracking, and the Tempest still has to deal with RJCs, and it looks like they brought 1 web ship in that comp, but it just wasn't nearly enough for them to actually track these Alligators, as we saw.
Yeah, and there really is something to be said too about the how much extra, if you have the points for it in your comp, how much extra buffer you give yourself by having that Tech 2 Logi ship versus the Logi frigates, especially T1 Logi frigates, because those T1 Logi frigates, as we saw in the last match, absolutely get vaporized when they're applied, especially when you're putting this much damage on them, especially when you have Alligators that can pull out the drones and put those drones right on top of those Inquisitors. Really knocks them down. Makes them look silly.
Watch it. You and I are from Georgia. Acting like Florida men is a sacrilege here. Come on.
I do want to know. I do want everybody to notice. And if you weren't paying attention to this in chat, you should have been. That the moment the Alligators came out, CCP Swift miraculously appeared in chat. I'm not saying it's a coincidence because it's not a coincidence. Before we move on to our last match, I do want to say we do have a second stream up today, folks, at twitch.tv/Eve Tournaments. That's twitch.tv/Eve Tournaments. They have, I believe they have drops over there. So you've got betting on this channel, drops on that channel. Get 2 monitors, put them up, comment on both. You'll have a great time. We have an entire weekend full of this. It's very exciting. We have tons of great hosts. Ton of great hosts, me. Tons of great commenters, tons of great couch individuals. We're going to have a great time. This is going to be a great weekend. And the next couple weekends are all going to be great. It's going to be a lot of fun. So let's move on to the bands from the last match of this block. We have the team from Ramrod Redux, coached by Chris Pronger, versus the team from No Vacancies, coached by Ben DeBoss. The Ramrod Redux team banning the Carries, the Blackbird, the Curse, the Sentinel. A lot of similarities in there. And the Novak team banning Carries, Mollis, Gila, Armageddon, Thoronth. This Ramrod team with the Carries ban, with the Blackbird ban, and then the Curse and the Sentinel. Seems it's pretty clear what they don't want to see.
And it usually goes into a mid slot, and it usually prevents you from shooting or locking, right?
Yeah, I think you might be right.
I think though maybe it would have been better. Obviously they know the best because they have their comp. They know what they want to bring. But usually just getting a couple of ships from each E-War, I don't know if it has the best effect because they are cheaper substitutes. For example, for Sentinel, you can still bring Crucifiers, and now you don't have to pay extra for the second one. You lose those small newts, but you can upgrade somewhere else. And with the carries actually brings only one more one more damp over Mollis. So Mollis perfectly slots in there. So I don't know how effective these bans are going to be. The Curse is definitely a big one, and the Blackbird, because Blackbird is so cheap, and the Curse is just so powerful because it has unique bonuses. But the Sentinel and Carries, I don't know. Maybe they also don't want to telegraph too much because these bans, they don't scream anything to me.
I agree. That being said, the Novak team then does come through and does pick up that Mollis, as well as the Gila and the Armageddon. Fear the Geddon. I think this is we've seen a lot of Geddon bans throughout this first set of matches. Obviously, those long range newts can be spooky. Couple that with the Curse ban. What do you think the Novak team is trying to avoid here?
Well, I would like to make a slight correction. They banned the Geddon Navy issue. So not only has the long-range newt bonus, but also has the extra DPS bonuses towards rapid heavies and towards lasers. So basically, they don't want to deal with long-range newts. They probably have something that relies heavily on cap or wants to kite out and needs to not get caught with their capacitors empty. That said, it looks like we're about to start the match. So
yes. Yeah, we are just about there. This is, again, the last match of this block. We'll have a quick break afterwards after we break it down. But we will go now to the arena once again with Nuke, Michelle, and Moderator for this match between Ramrod Redux and No Vacancies.
Hello, I am Moderator, joined by my caster, Nuke Michael here. We are going to see a Mar Victor Paladin team supported by some Triangle Enjoyment, very powerful assault frigates in those Nurgles against a Angel, composition with these Cinnables and Israel. Nuke, we haven't seen a lot of Cinnables in the past, but they're, becoming popular this event.
I'm kind of surprised to see them. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a huge fan of the Cinnable in this format, but let's see if they can make it work. It is interesting. They have a kite comp. They both heavily banned control, and well, they both got their wish. There is no control tools here, really. It's just they both brought their DPS and their tackle and their logi. That's it. That's what they got.
So critical to note that a scimitar, usually very good with these kite comps. Not a great thing that you want to see with those Minotaur resist very strong into EM. If you're going to be having, double Paladin, you're going to have to get probably your Nurgles or Pontifex on top of that Scimitar of Ben DeBoss if you really want to kill it. And it doesn't look like they have any other real, ECM control to really deal with the Scimitar.
I would say the one issue Novak is likely to run into is they don't really have anything that can grab and hold a Nurgle. If those Nurgles dive in, if a Jackdaw screens them, the Nurgles will just be like, okay, we're happy, we'll grab your Jackdaw and we'll kill it instead. So their screening might suffer here if Ramrod decides to ram, but they are not. They're kiting back. It looks like they're running for an MJD unit.
Yeah, I say that already. It looks like Bed the Boss took a really strong chip hit from Paladin, taking off half of his shield. I'm guessing that's probably going to be ASB, but they're swapping onto Weblocks, making it burn, some either ASB or some sort of support reps from Bed the Boss here. Bed the Boss now being held up by some Logi drones, as it seems like you're completely right. Novak is entirely happy to kite, burn back, figure out what they want to do, but maybe Alexis not quite getting the memo, taking a lot of damage in that Jackdaw.
Yeah, those Jackdaws are going to be pretty squishy, and they are the farthest forward. They were the farthest forward. Caffin just sitting behind there. They are the easy targets right now.
Yeah, we see that the Jackdaws have brought paint, and they're using to put that onto the Deacon of a Tank Blast, using that light missile damage to get on top of him. Man, I really want to kite, ideally, if I'm this Novak team, but you're going to be in trouble if you keep kiting too long against Double Paladin.
Absolutely. That damage is going to slowly chip through. That Scimitar is eventually going to run out of ASB charges, and they just don't seem to be able to kill anything. They tried that Deacon. They barely got through his shields. They're on a Nurgle now, and he's holding no problem.
Yeah, so, I mean, Novak, right, you can see that their defense bar, passive, very, very low, but their active bar, very strong. With that said, though, Bed the Boss is already 102 kilometers out of the arena, taking a good amount of damage from these Paladins, happy to shoot him all the way from Narnia, and being held up by rep drones, now swapping onto Plant as Cinnabal.
Yeah, he's having to play right at the edge because any closer and that scorch shots off the Paladins start applying way too well, and it gets rough for him. The Paladins are just slowly pushing them up against the edge of the arena here, and they've got to get out and around them or try to collapse onto something they can kill.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what these Kizreals are going to try to get on top of, but they're going to have to try to make a snap call with them and a Cinnabal onto something. You're eventually going to have to try to kill a Deacon. Oh, but a Jackdaw gets caught out of, position and gets scorched down.
Absolutely, immediately destroyed. You see what happens if, especially those super low native EM therm resists, get caught by these Paladins. They're just immediately going to get blasted.
Yeah, and it looks like the Pontifex now being the primary of these Kizreals, being supported by this Deacon, gets repped all the way up. I mean, you have to take a snap call and go for something if you're Novak here. You can't kite the entire time. It's not going to work.
Absolutely. They're trying for Randers now on the Nurgle. Maybe they can catch him, but looks like both the Deacons are burning down to try to pick him up, and they will get there in time.
Yeah, I mean, the Nurgle having great presence of mind, realizing that, they're the primary and burning straight back into his Deacon buddies will get repped up all the way. Bed the Boss just, surviving in just a little bit of shield, having to burn through more and more ASB charges to maintain. Paladin's having no trouble applying it damage at range.
Yeah, he's constantly being pressured here. He's playing it very well. He's conserved his XL ASB charges very well. He's not been over-repping at all. He's been holding them as long as he can, but he can only do so much when none of the damage is being stopped, and he's just going to keep getting poked at. As the Cinnabal is now their new primary, I don't know if he's going to get reps in time. There they landed just in time.
Yeah, so the Cinnabal taking a lot of damage. Tank Best going into about half armor. Man, it's painful to watch this happen to Novak. Like, their composition isn't bad, but they just really ran into a brick wall of, oh, so you want to kite?
The issue with their kite comp is that if they run into something that's every ship is tanky and are absolutely fine just shooting at you from range, they don't have any solution to that. They have no way to neutralize the Logi. They have no way to really pump a lot of damage or something. As I say that, they're really working on Tank here, but he's still holding.
Yeah, Slave Matt Kizreel is being held down and grappled. The Nurgle of Rander is on top of him, basically at zero, just happy to spool up. And they'll try to get a Deacon swapped for a Nurgle, but I don't think an Egan for Nurgle for a Kizreel is worth it.
Well, they just lost the Deacon there. That is big that they've lost their Logi, but even if they kill both of those Deacons, 2 Nurgles, 2 Paladins is a ton of EHP to have to chew through, especially as this Kizreal is struggling.
Yeah, I mean, with that said, though, if they can get a Deacon down here, and it looks like they will, if they can keep, this Kizreal up a little bit longer, just try to chew through a Pontifex or something, try to buy themselves some time, possibly in overtime here, try to make it close enough for that to trigger. It is close enough right now. It's only a 17-point difference as the Pontifex is getting low.
Absolutely. Ponti is a good call here. The other 4 ships left on grid are super tanky. Take those links off first is a good idea. Looks like they're starting to split slightly, shooting both Ponti and one of the Nurgles.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be one of the issues that you do run into here.
Oh, the Simi is caught by a Nurgle at this point in time. That is not what you want to see if you are Novak. If that Simi gets caught and dies, their advantage they gained from killing those Deacons is entirely lost.
Yeah, so really good play. I mean, Rander is probably going to die for this, but I mean, trading a Nurgle for a Scimitar, 100% worth it at this point.
Absolutely. It makes me wonder. I haven't been counting the ASB charges off bed, but either he's gotten a reload off or he's going to be out of them really soon here.
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to count. I think he's used about half of them so far. Ponchroom just surviving somehow with, nothing really chasing after him as far as drones. Farva will go down. Bed DeBoss should be somewhat free. Will start to burn away, living to win. Priestar taking damage, and we are still only 8 points difference, still in overtime threshold.
Absolutely. Priestar is burning to try to reestablish tackle on that Scimitar, but it looks like he is just too fast and he made out of dodge. That's going to be rough for the Ramrod team. They're just going to have these 2 Paladins left and see what they can kill at range, but without any tackle on that Scimitar, I don't think they're going to be able to get him.
I mean, yeah, critically, even at this point, we are still within the overtime range. So we'll see what will happen in the next couple minutes. Ponti is taking a ton of damage from these Paladins right now, and we see the wormhole effects now applying everything in local. Overheat now is going to be about 60% more effective. So Radicos, if they can, heat their guns and try to push through one of these things, Bed the Boss is going to have to be on point now.
The one issue that Novak is going to find is because they have never pressured any of these Paladins, they will have used no heat in their low slots. All those hardeners, their local reps will all have no heat used, and with these Red Giant effects, that will make them incredibly hard to kill.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier about, Novak maybe not taking a snap call, and they eventually did find, that low end that they needed to make this work. And Radicos's Paladin taking a good amount of damage here, and it doesn't seem like they're able to really, break Bed DeBoss. And if they can't break Bed DeBoss, they're not able to break through any of these damage ships so far. As I say that, though, Pointy taking quite a bit of damage.
Pointy is very separated from the rest of the team. If you look at the grid, he's heading up while the rest of his team has headed down. He's going to have to just continue his run upwards, because if he turns now, he'll lose all that speed and get blasted. But he might be out of rep range or deep into fall off at this point. And that could definitely lead to his death here.
It looks like he is. He's getting neuted out by these Paladins having those utility newts. And Pointy now going down. That will put Ramrod just ahead on points by 3. So unless one of these Paladins dies in the next minute and 30, that's going to be Team Radicos winning the match.
Absolutely. And really, these Paladins should be able to tank this. There's not that much damage left on grid. It's just 1 Kiz, 1 Stentable, and neither of them are able to come in close and use their high DPS ammo, because if they do, they will just get shredded by these Paladins.
Yeah, those Paladins, I believe, having a grappler effect from earlier, so you can't get in too close. We say that, though, as Weeblox does try to close some range, along with the
right on top now,
trying to get a desperation play, killing this Paladin. They may just have to try to get on top of him and just try to push Hail or some sort of other faction ammo and try to push down the Paladin in the next 50 seconds. They realize they have to get a kill or they're going to lose the match.
Yeah, this symbol is definitely looks like he's going to be the primary off of the Paladins. Actually, I'm still seeing shots going at the Scimitar. Interesting choice. I would honestly say, if I was these Paladins, put your webs and grapples on this Cinnable and just hope that you can punch through into the Simi, because I'm not sure shooting the Simi after all this time is going to finally be the thing that kills it.
Yeah, we have 30 seconds now remaining in this match. Weeblox getting down into armor here, catching reps, but Radicos going down, but not nearly
big
fast.
Hits on Weeblox.
Yeah, Weeblox down into half hull, getting repped and then getting shredded all the way down into hull. Bed DeBoss doing absolutely what he can, but they're not going to have enough time to kill Radicos.
No, they aren't. And even if there's another big hit on Reblocks. He just doesn't have the buffer. There it is. He doesn't have the buffer. They had the reps, but he did not have the buffer to survive the hits in time for the Scimitar to save him, and down he goes. As Radikos enters Hull, and the match is over.
Looks like Amar will be the victor. Really well played by Team Radikos, actually.
Yeah, that was very well played by them. It came down to the wire. I was surprised by how close Novak was able to make it. Props to them for that. They played very well into what is definitely a hard matchup for the comp they brought.
Novak, my beloved, my sweet baby wormholers, cut down in their prime. Unfortunate, but the team from Radikos also my beloved, turns out, so win-win for me. A great match, back and forth, came down to the absolute wire. If that Paladin had gone down even a little bit sooner, I think they would have pulled that one out. Unfortunately, Novak does drop that match to Ramrod Redux. Thoronth, I'm really curious. The double Paladin comp feels like a strange choice because you can't Bastion in a Paladin, but the Paladin does have a lot of other things that teams will find appealing. We've seen a couple of them already. What appeals to teams so much about the Paladin specifically?
I think there is something about the Paladin that makes you just think that I am the rock of the Eternal Shore. Crash against me and be broken when you bring the Paladin, right? This is how people feel when they bring him. And often it's true, because those Tech 1 resistance ships, right, the Crisiel, the Signables, we saw how they struggled to keep them up, even in Scorch range. So when they come in, they get grappled. There is a chance that they can burn the Paladin pretty quickly. But Paladin, if it's properly supported, if it's screened properly by those Nurgles, for example, in this comp that we've seen, if it has links, if it has proper logistics, like 2 Deacons are pretty adequate, right? Then you're risking a lot if you are going in from the get-go. I think the play here to wait for the overheat bonus was actually pretty interesting, right? Because you can commit if you manage to preserve your ships. If you dance around, then you can go in and you can just blast through the Paladin between the rep cycles. You can probably even ignore the Deacons and just kill straight up the DPS. And after that, there is nothing for them to. Even if you trade like a Signable and a Jackdaw for that, you're okay because they have just lost 50% of their DPS. Those Nurgles, I don't know how useful they were, but at least they posed a threat so that Novak couldn't go from the start. So they tried, ultimately failed, but it was a good try and an interesting play.
It was an interesting play, certainly. Fear, I'm curious, do you think that once the Deacons had dropped, that diving on the Paladins were the right play, or was the better move to try and kite out those Paladins, try and stay at range like they did initially before that Cinnaball dropped?
Oh, I think it's pretty difficult to actually have range control on a ship with as much of a range bonus as the Paladin has, right? Even with pulses, I mean, the Scorch range just is absolutely phenomenal, and you have 150 kilometers of lock range on it as well. We don't know how the mid slots were fit. They might have had tracking computers. They might have had something else in the mid slot, and plus Bastionless, you have 4 utility high slots as well. So it just really the thing is, I think in this case it was just kind of an out comp. Right, you have these autocannon, Kizriels, and Cinnables, and if you have to play at your long ranges instead of going in with Hail, then up against a comp that's going to outrange you and going to outtrack you at that range, because pulses at 50 kilometers are very, very good at tracking. All it takes is a couple wrecking shots and it just snowballs in favor of the Paladins. So I don't think there really was a whole lot they could have done after they killed the Deacons. Maybe they could have gone for the all-in, but it's just so risky when they have the grapples, when they have utility mids, when they have 4 utility highs. It's just I think the comp was just a lot more solid from Ramrod.
I think you're right on the money, Fear. Folks, we will be back in about 10 minutes for the next block of matches. We'll be back here with myself, Murray, and Flandabite. Until then, get yourself some water, get something to drink, and we'll be back shortly here for the Anger Game 6. We'll see you then. Welcome back, folks. It is once again me, CCP Yoten, joined this time by my fellow commentators Murray, Rothbardo, and Flandabite, here for the second block of matches today for the Anger Games version 6. We have an exciting slew of matches. We're going to get started quickly. First of all, Flandabite, welcome to the couch. It's so good to have you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Yeah, that's quite the honor to be casting for this time on the mainstream. I'll try to be not to do this many mistakes.
And Murray, it's good to see you too, of course. Absolutely. Let's get started, gentlemen, please. We have right out the gate, we have the match from Rusty Hyenas, a wormhole group after my own heart, and Magnet Shining Geschweitz 418. The German railgun team. Rusty Hyenas has banned the Balgorn, the Loki, and the Orthrus, a couple bands we've seen already. And Magnet Shining Geschweitz has banned the Deacon, the Lachesis, and the Sleipnir. Let's start with you, Flan. The Balgorn, Loki, Orthrus. We've seen a lot of Loki bands. We've seen a lot of Orthrus bands, and at least one other Balgorn band. Anything stick out to you in those in that set right there?
Yeah, regarding the Balgorn bands, if we had been in the AT, I would have said it's a really good band. We don't have seen much for now in this tournament, and I guess I wouldn't take a Balgorn compared to, for example, an Armag Navy in this format. And regarding the other two, so the Loki and which one?
The Loki and the Orthrus.
Yeah, Orthrus, we've seen some dope Cyclone Fleet Orthrus combinations, quite dangerous, quite frightening. And for the Lokis, I mean, that's some of the bands that don't really mean anything, that can ban a rush, that combine some sort of kites, but I don't really see the comp they're going for with these bands. They're not transparent.
It does feel like they can fit a lot of different things into this, and I'll be interested to see what they go with. Murray, the Lachesis, the first time we're seeing a Lachesis band so far. What is the value of banning the Lachesis, and couple that with the Sleipnir, the Deacon? It looks like they might be trying to avoid some kind of rush, some kind of armor setup. What do you think here?
These bands in general are pretty wide-ranging. The Deacon, Latch, Sleipnir, it's kind of coming from a variety of places. The Latch is a bit curious, both because we haven't seen a ton of damps so far yet, a frigate here or there, and also because traditionally the Lachesis is not what people expect to see with that. It's very expensive. Outside of those damps, it often doesn't do much. And so you typically tend to see other damp ships crop up before you see the Lachesis.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely right, and it's curious to see the Lachesis being banned. Lachesis, I feel like, doesn't get as much use as some other things that maybe not value it as highly as, in terms of points. I do want to make one quick comment before we go over to the arena. How unfortunate it is. I just saw that we had a skin giveaway that CCP Overload was hosting. Only 2 people picked skins. Unfortunately, the rest of those skins do in fact go to the commentary crew. Thank you so much, CCP Overload, and a real shame that the rest of the Twitch audience didn't get in on those. I'm sure they're great skins. In fact, I believe they're AT skins. We'll have to look back on that here before too long. But
bespoke custom skins, yeah.
Bespoke custom skins. Wow, incredible. Maybe a little bit of sneak peek action from that CCP has been leaking over the last couple of days through its Twitter. Maybe some custom skin going on over there. Who can say? Well, I'll tell you who can't say are the members of our Twitch chat in emotes only currently. That being said, folks, our teams are on the grid. So we'll go now to Rusty Hyenas versus Magnet Shining Geschweitz 418 here. We have Dujek One Eye and Deeb Spare on the in the arena. We go to them now. We'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Welcome back to the arena after the break. We have 2 teams lined up here. In red, we have Rusty Hyenas with a Gila-based comp, 3 Gilas, Cyclone, Hyena carries, Scimitar. With that Hyena carries, possibly something of a kite comp. And what do we have for the blue team?
The German railgun team has taken some railguns on the Vigilance, presumably, but they are going for a medium gun spam comp with a curse, which is going to not do quite as much against the Gila drones here.
Yeah, absolutely. With the match just about starting here, we'll see who's going to be kiting a little bit harder than the other. Will either of them actually push in? That'll be interesting to see.
I think that the German Railgun team want to keep their Augur far away from those Helas and keep the rest of their stuff as a buffer here. The drones and the missiles are going to do the same damage no matter where they are, as long as they're in range, whereas the Vigilants and the Harbingers can do a lot of damage if they're up close.
Yeah, absolutely. That said, Gila's somewhat hard to catch, but the Vigilants with 90% webs are going to be, I'm sure, pushing for them. And we're off Vigilance, yet striking out across the map instantly.
Safa Patel is very far forward there, trying to catch anyone possible with those 90% webs, and they're shooting Milton Sealy in the Hyena, trying to get the carries down and the damps off the field as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like the Vigilant is getting caught by that Hyena, possibly to slow it down from getting over, but I don't know that the Hyena can stop everybody from getting over. We also have the Curse putting newts on the Hyena, and not exactly renowned for its cap life.
Yeah, the Vigilant is in low armor already, and Milton Sealy having lost half his armor but gotten away, and they've swapped their damage over to Firestarter and the Hyena, who is half armor as well, and going down right away. Safa going second.
Not normally a great trade, but the Hyena is a lot of control for them. That might give them the ability to push with the remaining Vigilant and push across the field. The carry's down now as well, so even more control gone for that team.
Yeah, getting the two Ewar frigates off, they punch way above their weight in terms of their effect on the game, but Thorasaki in the Vigilant is taking a ton of damage, and that will make it hard for the Railgun team to get back, doing enough damage to win this match later.
That said, the Scimitar now taking a lot of damage. I can't quite see what's doing the damage to it. It looks like just damage from range. The Curse newting everything out that it can, but the Scimitar running away. I don't know that those Harbingers are going to be able to apply well enough to it to take it out in time.
I think the Curse is specifically taking out the cap of the Scimitar, and the drones of the Helas are going back to get the Curse now, who is about to take heavy damage. Curse is not known for their great amount of hit points.
Yeah, absolutely. The Curse now struggling a little bit with the Augur, not able to keep it up under that Hela damage. The Scimitar looks like it's broken away. The claw's on top of it, but I don't know that that's enough to hold it, especially with the Curse taking heavy damage there. And now apparently switching the Augur, giving up on the Curse and taking out the reps. The Augur dropping incredibly rapidly.
Yeah, when the Augur is dead, which has happened now, I think that the Helas will be able to kite this out almost regardless of the rest of the result. The Curse will go down pretty soon after.
Yeah, absolutely. The Scimitar looks like it might be out of XLASB charges momentarily. Once it is, it will probably drop, given that it is tackled by the Claw, but I don't know that that's actually going to matter at this point, with the Curse going down possibly before the Scimitar pops.
Yeah, I find that Rusty Hyena's idea to take a Cyclone for this comp is fine. You get a lot of good extra power in the rest of the comp, and I don't love the Alligator as a ship anyway. So they're showing that 3 Helas are enough damage to get the job done, as long as the rest of the team contributes and dies slowly enough.
Well, the Scimitar did go down before the Curse, but not much before. Now the Gila is going down rapidly, though. Potentially these Harbingers could punch through and still manage to do this if these Gilas are really falling like this.
Yeah, these are XL ASB Helas. They have very little buffer, but the reps coming in there show that they have an XL ASB, which means that they're actually low buffer tank, but they rep for a lot until they suddenly pop. The Harbinger of Arwen going down
the
very
Harbinger
quickly
appears to be approximately as thickly tanked as the Gila here. So once that Harb goes down, I don't know that the final remaining Harbinger is going to be able to break anything. Much
they're
less
going for
win.
Frank 1 and the Claw here as well. They're splitting their damage somewhat. I suspect that the Helas might have Rapid Lights as well to go with it. But with 2 Helas against 1 Harbinger, I think Laszlo is just going to try to get away while their drones continue to do damage. And Endurin is taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah, absolutely. I almost wonder if they would have been better off trying to punch through those Gilas, even with the Scimitar up, given that they've got such thin tanks there.
Especially if they were muting it out as soon as they were.
Absolutely. I think that curse did a lot of damage to them. That said, with only the Claw left, I don't think there's much more to be said about this. I somewhat suspect the Claw is not able to punch through the Gila reps. What do you think?
I think it does like 220 damage, so they might have a chance if everyone has burned out everything, but there just isn't enough time. That Claw is going to go down imminently.
And there it goes. With that, Red Team Rusty Hyenas have taken the match, though not quite a clean sweep, and we'll send it back to the desk.
Magnet Shining Destroys 418 dropping to the team from Rusty Hyenas. I'm curious. I mean, clearly, this is. I think it's funny how things work out, right? Because I feel like this is the first match we've had in a while where the Gila was not banned immediately, and immediately a team drops a 3 Gila comp, which is strong. A 3 Gila comp is really strong. Flan, what do you think the benefit of something like that comp, where you have those 3 Gilas, you have other missile boats to support them? Is that something that we're going to be seeing a lot throughout the rest of the tournament if teams aren't banning the Gila right away?
Yeah, I mean, regarding where we've seen for now the Cyclone Fleet Authors thingy that Rusty Hyenas tried to ban, and it seemed that this Gila comp with a Cyclone Scimitar is kind of an alternative, quite good alternative as they played it, but it seems to be also quite cheesy because, as you said, those Gilas don't have any buffer. So once the Scimitar gets out, there's nothing to help them, and there's nothing to hold the grid. We've seen this when the Curse managed to finally dry out the Scimitar, and that it's got rid of its cap boosters. His ancillary. He went down pretty quickly, and then the Gilas were quite easy to catch, would have been, quite easy to catch if one of the Vigilants or something else still had been alive. I would have replaced, for example, a Vigilant with a Hyena or a Vigil fleet to have more mobility with a comp.
Now, Murray, I'm curious your thoughts here, because there's often people will talk about, again, I say people, it's more than just a drive conversation. People, meaning me, will talk about how sometimes there's a danger of going too hard in on a certain kind of control, like going in too hard on a turret control when you have the chance of running into a missile comp. Is that something that we saw here? Is that something that you think was dangerous for the team from Magnet Shining Destroys?
I don't know if they necessarily had an issue of like over-indexing into something in particular, especially given how often we've seen ECM. Oftentimes you do want to kind of index very specifically into kind of more limited areas. It mitigates the power of jams. But I don't know, maybe they thought that comp was their way to beat Gilas and they left Gila open and assumed their opponents would bring it. But it very clearly just wasn't working out. The raw amount of damage, the fact that they couldn't actually get onto the Scimitar, they just, the Curse chased it off, but the Claw never got onto it. So they weren't able to deal with the reps, and when they weren't able to deal with the reps, they weren't really able to kill much.
Yeah, it is we've talked so much about it throughout the first couple of matches. Nagila just offers you so much versatility that it's really hard, unless you're just banning it, it's so hard to mitigate around, because it can get you at range, it can get you up close, it can kite, it can brawl, it can do so many things so well, and especially in comps where you are limited on numbers, that it really does. It is a very concentrated, very oppressive ship in this kind of format. So before we go on to the next match, though, I do want to remind everybody, we do have a second stream up right now. That stream does have drops. If you're into that kind of thing, that is at twitch.tv/Eve Tournaments. Again, that's twitch.tv/Eve tournaments. You can go over there. You can watch both streams. I'm watching both streams. I mean, I'm not watching any stream. I am the stream, actually, if you think about it that way. But you should check it out. You should support all of our streams this weekend. Makes it easier for us to continue to do this, which is a lot of fun. It's it's really good. People enjoy this kind of thing. So, moving right along, we have the next two teams. We have in red, Only Need 3 Comps versus Fancy Pants. And what a match this is looking like it's going to be. A couple of interesting picks here for bans. Only Need 3 Comps banning out the Hyena, the Loki, and the Orthrus, while the team from Fancy Pants banning out the Cyclone Fleet, very strong Cyclone Fleet, the Maulus, and the Scimitar. Flan, let's talk about this Hyena, Loki, Orthrus pick. The Orthrus, again, we've seen this a lot. Orthrus is very strong. The Loki, again, very strong. The Hyena, clearly they're trying to avoid some kind of oppressive web usage here between the Loki and the Hyena. Anything else that's sticking out to you here?
Yeah, exactly. This looks like they don't want to be caught, they don't want to be rushed, and they don't want to be kited. So what do they want? Are they playing an armor control? Are they playing something else? I don't think that's a drone comp or something like this, even though that's still a possibility. But to me, it looks like this Hyena Loki thing translates some sort of kite. So maybe some, I don't know, maybe some missile spam, maybe it's for Barghest comp. We haven't seen many Barghests since the beginning of the tournament.
You are right. We have not seen any Barghest yet, and we could see them in this match. There are no Barghest bans. Murray, the Cyclone Fleet, the first time we're seeing the Cyclone Fleet banned. The Cyclone Fleet, well known across the EVE Online player base for packing a lot of DPS in a fairly small package. The Cyclone Fleet has the opportunity to be really oppressive in these matches. Do you think there's something specific that they are seeing with that Cyclone Fleet that's causing them to want to ban it out here when there are many other choices, like, for example, the Gator, that they could be banning out in the same spot?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. It is a pretty flexible ship. It can kite, it can rush, but outside of that, it's not really something that I've seen be overly oppressive. It was used a bit last tournament, but we haven't seen many of them so far in this one. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see any going on just in general.
Yeah.
Maulus Scimitar, a little bit more telling about concern about kite. So maybe that's a bit more what they're worried about. I will say, though, the Hyena Loki Orthrus from Only Need 3 Comps, that smells like a drone comp. The things you're scared of, webs and missile kite.
It does have that vibe to it, doesn't it? And also, I do think it's funny how these two almost play off of each other. The Hyena Loki obviously Only Need 3 Comps is saying, whoa, we would like to kite if we can. And then the Scimitar, the Cyclone Fleet, do a lesser extent the Maulus, is Fancy Pants saying, actually, no, you don't want to kite. In fact, you would like to not kite. So seeing how these play out is really, really interesting. I think I do want to ask one more time, just so that everybody's kind of in the same loop. When you're talking about banning out DPS ships, is there a certain strategy that you aim for, or is it just like find the one that's been most oppressive to you recently and go for that one? Murray, sorry, I should have directed that question.
DPS ships, it's weird. You want to ban something that doesn't have a good replacement. Like the Orthrus, nothing else shoots as far with rapid lights, so it makes sense. The Gila, none of the other medium ships have the drones. You want to look for something when you ban. The alternative is something that does something else, or just does that same thing a lot worse.
Yeah. Well, we're about to find out very quickly how well that ban pays off. We're going now back to the arena between Only Need 3 Comps and Fancy Pants with Dujek One Eye and Deeb Spare. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Hello and welcome to the arena. I'm Dujek and with me is Deebs. We have Only Need 3 Comps versus Fancy Pants, and Only Need 3 Comps have brought a Sleipnir Rush with some unusual choices of ships in 2 Phantasms and a Scythe. What do Fancy Pants have, Deebs?
So Fancy Pants have a strong armor comp with 3 Abaddons, Pontifex, 2 Inquisitors, and a Sunesis, which is not something that you often see on the tournament field. So that'll be interesting to see what they're using that for in some sort of utility role.
Remote tracking computers and remote SIBOs, I'm willing to bet. This is a lot of damage on both sides. This might be the highest combined total DPS we've had so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. The Phantasms are an interesting choice. This is going to be a rough go for only need 3 comps here, I think, pushing into that Abaddon DPS. But that said, the Abaddons are kind of lacking on support, so we'll see how this goes.
Sleipnirs have good resists against lasers, so it's not all that bad, but there's not a lot of Logi on either side either, and they're just rushing in. The Inquisitor of Rare Entry is taking damage, the Melinda 1 Scythe is taking damage. They want to just get the Logi off and get as many ship explosions as humanly possible.
Something that we should all absolutely encourage. The Scythe is trying to run away as far as it can, but those Abaddons have plenty of range, so I don't know if it's going to really be able to pull away from it. That said, it looks like damage is switching off of it. The Scythe has pulled enough range, but has it now pulled off so far that the Abaddons are able to punish that?
It's turning around, but the Sleipnir of Damasus Kadesh does have an XL ASB and is repping while the Rare Entry Inquisitor has died. So they're putting drones on Miss Middle River, who's also dead, and Sarthal is taking quite a bit of damage. They now have the choice of going back on Melinda, but Damasus is probably going to get killed first because he's about to be out of cap charges for his XL ASB.
Yep, the Scythe of Melinda is back in range, back putting reps on Damasus, who is now stabilized. Zarthal slowly dropping, and while Abaddons have plenty of thick armor, without those Inquisitors, he does have no sustain, so he is going to drop here eventually. Damasus now getting very low. Looks like he's out of XLASB charges. It's now a race between the Abaddon and the Sleipnir, who will go down first. Going to be very tight.
I think they're going to die more or less at the exact same time. One thing to note here is Abaddons are incredibly tanky ships, but this tournament rule set does limit how many plates you're allowed to take. You could imagine that the Abaddons would want to be tankier than that when they're bringing only Tech 1 Logi, but they can't really. And now it's 6 against 2 ships. Melinda is perfect at that range. The support for the Abaddons in the Sunesis is dead, so Melinda is probably not going to get sniped at that range, and it's going to take 2 Abaddons twice as long to kill 1 Sleipnir under reps as it took 3 to kill 1 Sleipnir with a Scythe running far away.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that at this point the match is pretty well decided. I don't see how these Abaddons can punch through any of the tanks left on field unless the Scythe, for some reason, decides to come in close for no good reason. Nothing else really looks like it's going to be taking damage. What do you think of the decision to push for the Sleipnirs over the Phantasms?
I think it's fine in terms of HP to damage ratios. I think that the Phantasms also do have the option of just burning away eventually if they were getting primaried. It would waste a lot of time either way. The Sleipnirs are easier to hit, they're bigger, you want to get that damage off the field, and the Sleipnirs are tackling you, so you're not chasing anything else either. Absolutely. I think that you have to go for the Sleipnir, but anytime you bring that many lasers and see Sleipnirs on the other side, you are cursing your choice.
Absolutely. And with the second to last Abaddon going down, I think Debug is going to be tanking just fine here. No real chance for a comeback at this point.
I think that for a Sleipnir rush, you don't necessarily want to rush into Abaddons, but I think that if you had to rush into Abaddons, you want their support to be that weak. It's hard to take 3 battleships in this format, and we've had a lot of triple battleship comps.
A last-second attempt, the Scythe might go down. Potentially straight in too close. Someone switched to Scorch. I don't know if he's going to make it.
Those drones are doing some work on the Scythe. Let's see who dies first. I think Lish is going to die first.
I think so. Yeah, and there he goes. So with that, the Scythe does live, and we'll be sending it back to the desk.
Only needs 3 comps. Once again, showing that they really don't need another one yet. They have not yet found that 4th comp, but they don't need it. An exciting match, kind of a steamroll. Shield Rush remains very good. Hello, everybody. Once again, of course, it's me, CCP Jotun, here with Flan DeBite and Murray Ruthbardo. Flan, I'm curious, and I say this a lot. I'm a very curious guy. There's always the question of, well, when you at the very start of a match, what do you prioritize? Where do you pick targets, right? Because you have all your DPS available, you have effectively as much Logi and as much support as you're going to have. When you're in that Abaddon heavy comp where you do have a lot of DPS, and you're facing down a Sleipnir rush comp, what is going through your head when you're prioritizing where your first target is going to be?
So from the Abaddon point of view, you mean?
Yes. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think their prioritization of the Scythe was a bad plan, to be honest. The thing is, it tanked well. When they swapped to the Sleipnir, we saw that it was apparently a better choice especially for replication. As it was said during the cast, I think one option would have been to go through the Phantasm, even though Fancy Pants really lacks some control in their comp, because I didn't really see on the stream, but I guess the Abaddons were Scrum grapple or just grapple. There's not a lot of projection for their control to match the projection of their guns. So yeah, I guess you just prioritize the ship that is closest to you or that's the most attainable. Here, one of the Sleipnir, the one of the masses, then maybe the other Sleipnir, because we could see that the Abaddons were wrecking through the side reps.
Now, I want to pivot from that point because you said something that I wanted to bring up as well, and this is a comment, Murray, that you had made during the middle of that match, which is a triple battleship comp without much support, without much screening, without a lot of application assistance. Is the triple battleship comp, especially a triple turret battleship comp, something that is still viable in the 7-man format?
Honestly, I don't think so. We've seen at least 3 examples so far today in various forms. And it turns out that once you spend points on 3 battleships, you can't afford logistics, you can't afford screen, you can't afford control. You're just made of broke. And so these comps are consistently losing their bottom end too quickly. And then the battleships are these kind of sitting ducks in the water that are either pinned down by support ships or jammed or just outranged. And there's really not much they can do about it.
Now, we saw this was another instance where we have one team going T1 Frigate Logi and one team going T1 Cruiser Logi. When you're in the position where you are, the position that Fancy Pants was in, where they have to pull back their or rather scale back their logistic support because they've run themselves out of points with those triple battleships. Is there a better option there? Is there maybe just drop an Abaddon to swap out for another better Logi ship? Is there something else they could have done there that would have been a little bit more effective, Flan?
I mean, yeah, as Mario already said, the triple battleship comp is not really, I don't think it's really viable in terms of points in this format. So I might have dropped one of the Abaddons, for example, for Nagara, and maybe swap the Inquisitor for more control, some Vigil Fleet, some Keres. Keres was banned? No, yeah, Keres wasn't banned. So yeah, Vigil Fleet, Keres, something like this. Maybe a Sentinel. Simply a Sentinel that you could send on the Logi to dry out his cap, something like this.
Yeah, I like that. And I want to, really very quick before we go to the next match, Murray, talking about the bans, we talked ahead of time about how the Only Needs 3 Comps team had looked like they were going to be moving into or trying to move into a kite composition by banning the Loki, banning the Hyena, but then we saw them move, effectively pivot into a rush. Is that something that's easy for teams to accomplish, or does that take a little bit more setup to do?
So one of the things I think is important there is to kind of keep an eye on which team is doing it, right? Only needs 2 comps. They've been playing a lot of tournaments, and Damascus Kadesh in particular is a really smart guy in terms of this stuff. And so that's one of those teams where sometimes if the bans seem a little too obvious about what they don't want to deal with, sometimes it's a little bit of a bait and switch, right? Where it could be that they were in fact scared of the long webs, or they're playing off the fact that their opponents are going to try and do something with that information.
Sure.
And in this case, I think it's a little bit of both, especially because you saw the phantasms, which those phantasms, when unwebbed, are obviously really hard to kill. And so they did have some plan behind it.
Well, let's go ahead then and move to the bans for the next match. We have the New Jovian Mining Department versus the team Ryba. New Jovian Mining Department banning the Carries, the Curse, the Scimitar, and the Armageddon, while Ryba bans the Sleipnir, also the Curse, the Sentinel, and the Kizreal. Let's start with you, Flan. For the Ryba team, with the Sleipnir, Curse, Sentinel, Kizreal, anything that sticks out to you there?
So Sleipnir, Kizreal, and what are the other one? Curse?
Curse and Sentinel.
And Sentinel, yeah. So yeah, they don't want to be rushed, they don't want to be TD'd, they don't want to be neuted.
Yeah.
Don't we all? But yeah, I mean, it looks like to me something like an armor that could tell that it's an armor control, maybe with Logi frigates, something like this, because that's the most menacing with the Sentinel. Of course, it has TDs, it has GDs, but I guess when you're playing Logi frigs, the Sentinel is one of the most dangerous ship with its reach and its speed.
Yeah. So
yeah, they don't want to be rushed, so it could be a kite as well. We have so many options in this 7-man format.
Yeah,
I'd say an armor control.
Especially the Sleipnir and the Kizreal both, definitely points towards trying to avoid that kind of rush setup. And Murray, the Carries, Curse, Scimitar, Armageddon, clearly trying to avoid, again, those newts, especially long-range newts. What else do you see out of this team from New Jovian Mining Department?
Yeah, especially with the addition of the Armageddon, it feels like they're looking towards something that the damage is powered by electricity, so to speak, right?
Sure.
The Geddon and Curse out, Carries control. If I saw something like Abaddons or Redeemers or Paladins, I would not be surprised when they landed on grid. That said, the Gila and Gator are both up, and with the only real shield ban being the Scimitar in terms of the support for those, it could very easily be that one of these teams is looking to play that more armor control-y, and the other team just says, we're just going to rush you.
Yeah, it definitely does have that kind of vibe to it, doesn't it? And, you know, it's funny, we mentioned the Armageddon, the ban after the duplicate Curse ban. So the Armageddon for New Jovian and the Kizreal for Ryba, you have to think that these aren't necessarily afterthoughts, but they are, the teams are put in positions where they can then further complement their bans with things that they are trying to avoid, maybe as a secondary concern. So we'll be getting over to the match here shortly. Before we do, folks, I do want to remind you, of course, that we do have a second stream up right now. There are matches happening on that second stream right now. In fact, I can tell you that we are about to see Seriously Suspicious versus, oh boy, Apple Sinikili something in Finnish. Those matches are happening on the other stream. That's twitch.tv/Eve Tournaments, twitch.tv/tournaments. You can go watch Seriously Suspicious and what I imagine is probably the whole Control team on the other stream right now. Until then, sorry, I know I'm a little quiet. I'm trying not to shout into the mic. Sorry, guys, please forgive me. Until then, we're going now back to the arena with Dujek One Eye, Deeb Spar for the New Jovian Mining Department versus Ryba. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
And welcome back to the arena. I am Deeb Spar. With me is Dujek One Eye. We have the two comps here, and in red we have something that looks very similar to what we just saw last match, with 3 Abaddons, a Pontifex, 2 Inquisitors, and a Caldari Navy Hookbill, which is something of an interesting choice. What do we have in blue here?
We have a double Barghest comp, which I haven't seen in a while. I feel like they kind of feel similar. Barghests are very expensive. Their low end with the Hyena and Maulus is slightly better than taking a Caldari Navy Hookbill, but not by much. The New Jovian Mining Division can't have enjoyed watching the last match, knowing what was going to go on now, but it is a very different matchup with a kite versus armor damage instead of rush.
Yeah, absolutely. Interestingly, the exact same Logi, and I think we might see some interesting plays around that Logi, and which team is able to put more pressure on those 2 T1 Logi frigs will be the one that comes out on top here. But as I say that, the match is starting, and we'll see where this goes. Initially, the blue team kiting off into the distance a little bit.
I think that Dryba has to feel kind of safe here, especially depending on how much projection the new mining team can get out, where the Maulus is going to damp whatever it can. It's still taking damage now. It's trying to burn away as fast as it can, but once they're at range, they are considerably faster than the Abaddons and have more range to boot, and they are killing Isel Onlin in the Inquisitor now, and they'll just start from the bottom and go up until there are only Abaddons left, I suspect.
Yeah, absolutely. That Maulus keeping the Abaddon, one Abaddon at least, damped off, trying to prevent it from putting damage out. And the Barghest just reaching out and touching the Inquisitor. Now without its partner, it'll fall very quickly, I suspect.
Yeah. The Abaddons are on Snorbit and the Barghest, who is taking quite a bit of damage, but he is armor tanked, which means that they have more utility than they normally would, but they have less tank and less damage with the lows going to tank instead. The Eye Sovereign in the Pontifex is dead. It'll take a while for the links to fall off all the Abaddons, but after that they'll be way less tanky.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that said, the 2 Inquisitors are still up for Snorbit and the Barghest, meaning that while he is slightly less tanky than we might expect, it's still getting reps, and the entire team is still up for Ryba, meaning that those Abaddons are struggling with, looks like jams and damps. The Barghest is slowly going down, though, but I just don't see how they're going to be able to keep that DPS on him. He can leave anytime he wants, basically.
Yeah, he is crawling back up slightly. The Maulus on the Ryba team can basically pick one Abaddon to never shoot ever again. I think that the Barghests might get some benefit from killing the Caldari Navy Hookbill, who probably has some Arcebos or something on it. It would lessen the output of the Abaddons somewhat, but Snorbit isn't in danger at the moment. They've even started shooting Tiger Prawn in the Barghest, who has lost all his shields but not taken any armor damage either. There's a little bit of split damage here going on from drones and so on, just trying to get something, because they are feeling very trapped and unable to effectively kill anything.
Absolutely. Blue Dagger now dipping pretty low through armor. 2/3 gone, going down relatively quickly here, with both Barghests sitting not at full armor, but pretty happily. Once again, seeing those triple Abaddons, the low end gets annihilated, and they just kind of sit there.
Yeah, it's always exciting with rapid heavy ships where Blue Dagger is dying quickly and suddenly he just isn't taking any damage because they're reloading. We just have to sit here for 30 more seconds waiting for them to reload for Blue Dagger to die. And that also means that they're not killing another Abaddon in that single clip. So this is going to go kind of slowly, but the Barghest team, they're not dying. The Hyena is taking some small damage. The Maulus is taking some small damage. They could even just clear out all the abandoned drones with their own light drones if they really wanted to.
I don't even think that they need to. It looks like it's a single flight of Valkyries that's on that Hyena, which is eminently tankable. It looks like the Abaddons are trying to shoot the Maulus itself, but I don't see them being able to apply at the range that they're at. And with that said, the reload on those Barghest is up, and Blue Dagger is going down.
Blue Dagger did make it over to an MJD. He just didn't take it anywhere.
Given the range on the Barghest, with them closing over to the MJD, I don't know that there was anywhere for him to go other than potentially outside the arena to prevent the Barghest from continuing to land damage on him anyways.
No, there's no place safe from Barghests. They easily shoot past 100 kilometers, and Manny is going to find out what that entails very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. As noted before, these are armor Barghests, which means they do have mids for putting things like missile guidance computers in if they wanted to be very, very kitey, though that would be somewhat silly. And with that said, Manny now at the point where it looks like the Barghests are just about running, no, not quite out of missiles. He might sit there in half structure, perhaps, for a little bit while the Barghests reload, and then we will watch him explode.
They're killing the Kaldari Navy Hookbill with some of their acolytes flying around there. Not a good day. That's like the saddest ship to bring to any match, is the ship that gets the remainder of the points. You take your battleships, you take your links, you take your Lodchi, and realize, we only have 4 extra points. What could we get for that? That ship is not having as much fun as the Barghests are.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you end up being in the Hookbill in an armor comp, which means you are strictly there for your mid slots. And it looked like none of them were even actively hostile ones. They were all supporting. So I don't even know if that Hookbill ever actually locked up in a hostile target.
No, I highly doubt that he did. But it is fun to be there with your friends. Like, even in a loss like this, they're probably sighing heavily.
Absolutely.
Just our luck, double Barghest.
And now we see Mike in the final Abaddon for New Jovian Mining Department, slowly going down. We'll see if the Barghests have enough on their reload to finish him off now, or if we've got to wait another 40 seconds for it.
Yeah, there are not that many seconds remaining, though.
Absolutely, you're correct. So that will finish it. They won't quite get the Abaddon down, and we'll send it back to the desk.
Welcome back, folks. It's, of course, me, Mr. CCB, with Plandavite and Murray again here. What we talked about, triple battleship comps with not a lot of support versus a dual battleship comp with a lot of support. Apologies, by the way, folks, if my mic is blowing at your ears. I'm trying to adjust it so that I don't have to sit here like this and you get a little bit of old CCP Jotun ASMR. I know that's not what you're all looking for. Flan, let's start with the team from Ryba. They played this very well. Dual Barghest comp. First time we've seen that so far. What stuck out to you about the way that they played this game? Not just dual Barghest, sorry, dual armor kiting Barghests. Interesting setup.
That's what was what I was going to say. I mean, we're just saying that we hadn't seen a lot of Barghests since the beginning of the tournament, and now the first time that we see it, it's a double Barghest, double armor Barghest, Kaiti with a Stork as armor links. As links. So, yeah, I don't really know what to say. They just played it better. There was a huge part from the Inquisitors. I mean, props to them, because the 2 Inquisitors from the Baden side, but we'll come to it, I guess, afterwards. The 2 Inquisitors from Ryba just held everyone in place. Yeah. And held, I think, most of the comp in place. Target killing was good. I think they synchronized their reloads well, their volleys well. So yeah, just a lesson from Riba on this one.
I agree. Now, Murray, you were the one who talked about it in the last match, and I'm curious to see what your thoughts are here. Going from comparing these two teams, where you have the triple Abaddon setup with the Potty and the Hookbill as your primary supports, the Hookbill kind of being an afterthought, versus Riba with the dual Bargs plus the Stork plus the Hyena plus the Mollusk. When you're talking about battleship v battleship comps, is it just that much more effective to drop that third battleship, add a little bit of extra versatility to the back end of your comp, and send it that way?
Absolutely. At a high level, usually it tends to be that double battleship armor versus like triple battleship armor. The double battleship comp tends to be favored. Now, why you'll often see triple battleship is usually because teams are expecting something else, right? They are thinking that they're going to get rushed, and they think that if they have the triple battleship with all that EHP and damage, that they could just kind of brick tank it and win. Or they're looking to do some kind of like projection setup. But again, the double armor battleship often has the control to deal with projection, or it has the control so that it can kite out those triple battleships, kill off the support, and win by some other means.
I agree.
So in part, I think it was just a bad read by Fancy Pants on what they were going to face.
Well, and that armor, those armor bargains do have a lot of control in their mids available when you armor tank them. We're moving right along, folks, to the next match. We have Woke Water Boo Hooligans versus Test Tournament Team Please Ignore. These, of course, two being the teams from Deepwater and Test. Woke Water Boo Hooligans banning the Kizreal, the Curse, the Carries, and the Cyclone Fleet versus the Test team banning the Abaddon, the Curse, the Widow, and the Sentinel. We're going to start with you, Flan. This Test team, Abaddon, Widow, 2 battleship bans, plus the Curse, plus the Sentinel. What do you see here?
What do I see? We still have the Curse and the Sentinel, so we had it in the previous match. Here we have the Curse as duplicate. So still, we don't want to be neutered. We don't want to be tracking disrupted, guidance disrupted with the ban of the Abaddon and Widow. We might imagine that it was oriented on a rush or something like this that didn't want to be targeted by guidance disruptors, but with the ban of the Kiz on the other side, I guess Murray will come back to it afterwards. I don't really see what's open for Deepwater right now. What they intend to play.
Yeah, and it's interesting looking at the Deepwater bans, Murray. We're seeing again the Kizreal, the Curse, very popular bans, the Carries, and that Cyclone Fleet again. Is the Cyclone Fleet in your mind the better ban right now? Like a Drake Navy, something like a Nighthawk, or is it just the best option outside of anything else currently?
Like I said before, it is a flexible ship, although until we see someone taking it out and really doing a ton with it, the only time we've seen it so far was in combination with the triple Orthrus, which was quite effective. But usually if you're targeting that comp, you'd think towards banning the Orthrus over the Cyclone Fleet. Now, maybe they've seen some stuff we haven't. It's the first day, so we're still kind of seeing a lot of fresh comps from teams because practice metas evolve across different time zones, across different groups. And so sometimes what one group thinks is just totally OP, another group hasn't used in 2 months because the first time they tried it, it got destroyed.
Yeah. Well, and you know, it'll be interesting to see, maybe not so much today, but throughout the rest of this weekend, how these bans evolve as teams start to kind of suss out what everybody else is doing, what else is strong, what else is working. I can tell you right now that our commentary crew is very excited to see the Abaddon get banned because they are sick and tired of casting Abaddons losing. I think the teams are a little bit late, so let's keep talking a little bit more about the Abaddon specifically. What is it that is so compelling about the Abaddon? Flan, we'll go back to you here for this. What's so compelling about the Abaddon that...
Yeah, I think the Abaddon is most OP in the AT format. We saw that, I think, 4 years ago when the AT started again with the meters, with the triple oracles, triple Abaddons, ships that have a huge tank, huge DPS, huge projection. The only issues with the Abaddons are, most of all, is cap, and of course the large guns. If it had medium guns, this would be one of the strongest ships in the game. So yeah, Abaddon is really oppressing, and that's why I think we see it replaced sometimes in this tournament by Paladins, for example, because of the projection, the tank, and the overall damage.
Yeah. And Porosinoc in chat makes a good point. The Abaddons can also shoot lasers, which are very cute. So we'll go now out to the arena. We have Woke Water Boo Hooligans versus Test Tournament Team Please Ignore, once again with Dujek One Eye and Deeb Spare. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. Until then, out to the arena.
Hello and welcome back to the arena. We have a mirror matchup in the strictest sense possible, except for tank. We have two paladins piloted by Wokewater Boo Hooligans against two golems piloted by Test, who banned the Abaddon to not be bored to death. Do you have any more comments on this, Debs?
No, it's interesting, though notably not quite perfectly mirrored. Instead of going for T3 destroyers, we've got Nurgles, so assault frigates versus T3Ds, but other than that, yeah, an absolute sort of inverse mirror match here, shield versus armor.
I do like Nurgles a lot. There's really not any shield variety of them, so the Jackdaws will have to do. Who do you think the Test team are going to shoot first?
Oh, that's a really rough choice. Nothing on there is something that you really feel good about shooting. The golems are going to struggle to do anything to the deacons. Even the jackdaws aren't going to do great against them. Possibly the pontifex, but even that's not a great target. The paladins are going to be awful, very tanky, and we'll see where they go because the match is starting.
Yeah, the Test team warped in very close, and they have a very acute warp-in angle here. So the Sebastian Caribbean Jackdaw is taking extreme damage, and they're trying to kill the Lynx of the Boo Hooligan team.
Yeah, like I said, the Pontifex is the only thing on that side that really feels like it's instantly killable. But it's still a Pontifex. It's still not easy to kill. That Jackdaw took a lot of damage. But as soon as it started moving, the Paladins were unable to track it anymore, I think. So
yeah, those golems are rapid heavy, which isn't something you often see on golems. They are more inclined to be crews. Suicide in the Jackdaw is going down, and they're still on Robin Ann because they don't have that sustained high damage needed to actually kill a Paladin or apply to a Deacon. So they need to get some Lynx off the field to soften them up. But the Kieran of Dante is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. That Kieran is struggling very hard, and now they're putting pressure on the Jackdaw as well. That said, the Nurgle taking a lot of damage, getting absolutely chunked there. Has to have his ADC up, but I don't know that it matters. It's going to possibly go down anyways, but that said, the Kieran's going down, and now the Nurgles survived with that ADC on.
Yeah, Austin is going to have a hard time with that Kieran with nobody to rep him, maybe some drones, but the Test team is at a severe disadvantage here, having lost one of their Logi and one of their Jackdaws. It's going to be that much harder to kill a Nurgle or keep anyone alive, and Sebastian is starting to take significant damage.
That Jackdaw now tackled. Certainly not long for the world with only one Kieran trying to rep it, and also that Kieran trying to run away itself. Meanwhile, the other side, that Nurgle not getting hit again. Possibly they're waiting on reload to try and snipe through it again, but I don't know that even if they did take it down, it would be enough at this point.
They tried putting a few shots into Casey, who isn't hiding behind as blingy tank as he usually would, but he is holding fine with the reps. I suspect the Deacons are better in range or already locked him up or whatever than Nemelex had earlier. And Sebastian is in Holland dead.
Yeah, absolutely. Presumably the Stork falling next because it looks like the Kieran is... Now the webs on the Kieran mean that it will be going down soon. We've got web, grapple, scram, everything. The Kieran and the Stork likely to fall within seconds of each other as they're both absolutely tackled and unable to move.
Yeah, the golems having lost some of the stuff that the jackdaws are bringing in this case, which is target paints and maybe some tackle and stuff. They needed something mid-range to kill. They wanted to see cruisers on the other side of the field, and both paladins are just putting all their damage into Am I Ugly Hyena, an ugly hyena in the golem, who is not going to survive very long with no reps. His XLASB is going to run out of charges, and he's going to die.
Yeah, absolutely. And meanwhile, the Stork is going down, being taken out by, it looks like, a combination of drones and Nurgle damage. The Golem not far behind, and it looks like Deepwater is going to manage to hold on to this with a clean sweep and a Nurgle in, call it about 20%, 18% structure.
Yeah, Robinana's being shot in the Pontifex a bit, but still a hard ship to kill. It's just a little bit too small for optimal damage from these golems, and all the tank in the world isn't gonna keep a golem alive against two paladins under tournament regulations.
Yeah,
I can
absolutely.
hear Fair in the background saying, my golem could survive anything.
Ugly Hyena managed to micro jump away with no scram on it. It looks like it was able to get away, but it's not really going to make any difference that he's still living. Soldarius will be going down very shortly, and then Deepwater, at their leisure, can go take out an Ugly Hyena eventually, or not. It doesn't really matter.
I can just hear the Buhooligans screaming for scrams on Soldarius at this point, so they don't lose him to an MJD as well.
Yeah,
if I had any amount of points for any time something jumped away from my battleship and survived, I don't know, I'd be rich. I hate when that happens, but only in hindsight do I remind myself that I have no scram on battleships, generally.
Yeah, and now the Nurgle's starting to burn over to that Golem, which I think might be a little out of range. In fact, a Nurgle jumping to the Golem to really make sure that they get on it, following him through the micro jump.
The Golem of Ugly Hyena is jumping again back to where it came from.
Yeah, and there it goes. But unfortunately, that jump put it in perfect range of the Paladins, which will promptly take it out.
That's just fun at that point. It was safer 100 kilometers off than it is here.
Absolutely. I think the joke there was just, you can't scram me if I'm dead.
That is very true. You can scram the wreck. Or try to, at least.
But it doesn't matter because, in fact, I believe the Pontifex has scrammed the Golem, so he did get scrammed anyways, and it didn't matter.
Yeah, that's going to be a clean sweep for the Buhooligans against Test.
And with that, we get GFs in local, the Golem is dead, and we'll send it back to the desk.
Wokewater Buhooligans pulling out a commanding victory over the test tournament team. Please ignore. It was, in the truest sense, a points mirror match between the two Pallies, two Golems, the two Deacons, the two Kirans, the Pawnee, the Stork, and then the Nurgles and the Jackdaws. Flan, let's talk for just a second about the value of the Nurgle in this fight. It felt like the Deepwater team was really using them as almost heavy tackle in a lot of cases to try and get down, hold down these Jackdaws, especially hold down those Kirans, and allow the Paladins to apply a lot of damage to them.
Yeah, Nurgles, like other Astrigs, for example, the Retributions, have proven to be really oppressive in this format because of their capacity to tank, because of their ADC, because of their scrum, and because of the lot of DPS that they can apply if you let them unattended. So, yeah, I prefer what they did with the Nurgles compared to the Jackdaws, but Wokewater also had a huge advantage that Test might not have anticipated, is that Test really lacked newts or anything to control the 2 deacons. So the Nurgle really were really made stronger by the 2 deacons, because they had their capacity to mitigate damage. They have their ADC, they have their DPS, but they also have 2 drone boats, 2 Logi boats on their ass, just wrapping them without any constraints, but 2 heavy newts from the golems.
You're absolutely right. And I want Murray, let's talk for just a second about the value in the golems fitting rapid heavies instead of something like a torpedo launcher, something like a cruise missile launcher, because the paladins don't have that option. They have to fit either pulses or tachyons, or rather pulses or beams rather. And in a battleship versus battleship setup, does it feel to you like the team that is bringing the battleship sized guns are always going to have that advantage, or is there some utility that you can get from using what are effectively hybrid guns on a golem versus straight up battleship guns on a paladin?
Yeah, I think the main thing that really the rapid heavies cause a problem for test is it heavily limits how they can play the match. The paladins, the guns, you can track things as long as they're not moving. So if their Nurgles tackle something small like a jackdaw, the paladins can blow it up, or they can shoot the big stuff.
Sure.
Meanwhile, the golems, they're never breaking those paladins with rapid heavies. Their only choice is to shoot small things. And if they ever lose a decent amount of their tackle, or the small things are just really hard to kill, which Nurgles are exceptional at being very hard to kill, then suddenly they really struggle to find any sort of avenue in which to win the match.
Yeah, and they did in this fight. You're exactly right. We're not able to find purchase anywhere, especially not with those paladins, and we're not able to get a single kill in that match. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one. We have Goon Snarm powered by AI versus Desync. Goon Snarm powered by AI, banning the Sleipnir, the Curse, and the Oneros. Desync banning the Geddon Navy, the Carries, and the Maulus. Flan, the Sleipnir, of course, we've seen Shield Rush, people trying to avoid that, and the Curse and the Oneros. I think this might be the first time we've seen an Oneros ban so far. What is the value in banning the Oneros if you are the team from Goon Snarm?
It's quite interesting because the Oneros can be used. It's quite versatile. We already talked about a lot of ships that are, for example, the Gila, but the Oneros has the mobility that the Guardian doesn't have, that it compensates with tanks. So we can already see that Goons doesn't want to be either rushed with the Sleipnirs, but also don't want to be kited with the Oneros or a Sleipnir, an armor Sleipnir artillery, something. So yeah, quite original. I wouldn't have banned the Oneros in the current format, but it's an interesting ban. We'll see what they bring on the field.
You're absolutely right. It is an interesting ban. Murray, the team from Desync, we have the Geddon Navy, the Carries, and the Maulus. An interesting setup because the Carries and Maulus, 2 support ships, you do see them banned, or at least one of the 2 of them banned pretty frequently in these contests, and the Geddon Navy. Is the Geddon Navy strong enough to warrant one of your 3 very valuable bans?
The Geddon Navy is a very powerful ship, especially in kind of control contexts. It really is just a better Armageddon. It can do the nuding. It can do some more damage. It's really tanky. And so it's definitely a ship you have to watch out for.
Well, folks, we are getting ready. It looks like our teams are landing on the grid right now. Before we go over there, just one more time, folks, a reminder. Well, not one more time. I'm going to keep reminding you of this. It's really important. We have another stream up, Eve, twitch.tv/Eve tournaments. If you're not watching that one and this one, you're missing out. Watch both streams. You could be gigabrained out here watching multiple streams, getting all this tournament action in all at the same time. Do it. You'll thank yourself for it some point in the future, I'm sure. Anyway, we're going now to our next set of casters, CCP Overload, Dujek One Eye. We have Goon Snarm powered by AI versus Desync. We'll see you back here at the couch in just a few minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am CCP Overload, joined by Dujek One Eye for this exciting match, Gunsnarm, powered by AI, versus Desync. And boy, oh boy, it is the triple Gila setup once again. Gunsnarm using that ChatGPT comp creation theory and bringing the triple Gila with a Maelstrom as well. That is super interesting. It does big damage on paper, but is usually absolutely garbage in tournaments, so we'll see if they can put it to some good use. Dujek, what else are we looking at here?
Well, Desync have a Hyperion, an Armageddon, and 2 Arbitrators. Do you think they're happy about having double Arbitrator and Armageddon against Gilas and a Maelstrom?
I think the Maelstrom at this point will be lucky to hit the planet behind us. He is not going to be doing very much. Or, you know, maybe I'm saying it wrong. Maybe he gets that one amazing penetration hit and just volleys one of those Arbies off the field. We will find out pretty soon. The war pins of these two teams are pretty close to each other. I'm expecting to see that Hyperion turn and burn straight up at the Maelstrom.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it would be nice to get a Gila, but they are a bit faster, and these warp-ins are weird. They always feel a bit weird, but the Gilas are actually going a little bit forward.
He's going for the bold tactic of not moving at all. He's sitting at 0 MS. He's just like, I don't want to play. Oh, no, he's here now. He's woken up. We see drones flying across to each other. They need to remove these arbitrators. They've recognized that pretty quickly, so the drones are heading over to try and do that. But that's going to be a hard stretch, even with Tech 2 logistics frigates rather than a cruiser.
I feel like the Maelstrom kind of would be a mascot in a lot of matchups anyway, but it is good against people rushing you. If you're just standing there and taking it, I'm sure that with all of those mids, it can get a scram and get a grapple and keep one thing from ever going anywhere ever again.
Yes, that is very true, but unfortunately, he does still have to try and apply some damage to things. I mean, it's 38 points in one ship, which is quite a significant amount. I mean, it's less than the Hyperion, of course, but even still, I think I would rather take maybe even like a Tempest or a Typhoon instead of a Maelstrom here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think they could also get a command ship, which is normally what you take for those points, but now they're going over to Nexium 2 and the Deacon, and I was expecting the Gilas to try to get a Deacon much faster. Like, they have less tank, they can only be repped by one of the Deacons, like, they're scared of Gila drones a lot of the time. But Polish Pistol and the Arbitrator is taking the damage again. I guess it was the errant drone on Thunderdome going somewhere else for a second before being whipped back on target by one of the Gila pilots.
Yeah,
and he's taking a lot of damage.
Reps landing on this Arbitrator right now. There's a few of them landing. I mean, Deacons have very fast cycle times, so they don't rep as much in pure amounts, but even still, this Arbitrator looks like he's going to drop if he's not careful. Those Deacons are probably starting to heat right now to try and save them. And you can see here, Nexium is now taking damage. So Nicholas in that Deacon is going to have to swap some of his reps around to keep his buddy in the Deacon. This is a good opportunity for Gunsnarm to like snap switch back onto that Arbitrator and try and catch them off guard. So far, the 2 Deacon pilots are doing pretty well.
The tag team of Blomi and Kuga are working to have the Armageddon nude out a Gila, who have notoriously bad cap, in order for Kuga to get on and grapple, scram, or whatever tackle he has. Quan Showa has been caught by the Hyperion, is getting wailed on. Podrick is safe in the Scimitar as of yet, and they heal a lot on the Gila who have high reps, but it's not really sustainable to have a Hyperion shoot at your Gila at 2 kilometers for any length of time before you give up and die.
Yeah, I can see Blomi here in the Geddon has got his newts onto the Scimitar of Podrick. I mean, Armageddons do have long range bonuses to their newts, so Blomi able to get on top of that Scimitar from a lot further away than most other ships, but it looks like the Simi's just starting to pull back out of range again.
Yeah, Lord Jackson isn't holding any control over the Hyperion or Armageddon. He is kind of just going into the big melee of Arbitrators and Deacons and everything. So I was expecting the Gilas to actually kill something sooner. Having an Arbitrator in 10% armor and having the Deacon in half armor over a lengthy period of time, I was expecting something to happen there, but they're kind of in a weird stalemate of the Hyperion not killing a Gila and the Gilas killing a Deacon.
Deacon is down. Deacon is down. This is pretty big. So Deacons, they're mated for life. Deacons when they grow up. When one Deacon goes down, the other one is so upset it immediately follows as well. And as you can see here, Nicholas about to follow his lost brethren into the void. This is going to make it a lot harder to keep those arbitrators alive.
Yeah, the power of Lord Jackson is eventually going to get unlocked here, with the Deacon of Nicholas going down, and the damage is going to, well, not with the Deacon going down, but the Deacon not repping the Arbitrators who are soon to follow. Gideon is taking some plinking damage. Let's see if it ramps up. Quan is taking a lot of damage, though.
Yeah, I mean, unless that Scimitar gets capped out by Blow Me, I reckon they should be able to keep this Gila alive. Although this might make me look silly if they kill it right now. But yeah, here they go. They're going to kill it. Thanks, guys. But even still, I think losing this Gila doesn't actually really affect them that much. I would expect to see not much more killed on the Goon side right now.
One of the great things about points and tournaments is it gives a rough estimate of who is up in the match, and Rain Row and Polish Pistol alliteration buddies are dying here very quickly, and the Armageddon and Hyperion took a long time to kill the first Gila. It's going to take equally long to kill the second, whereas Gideon is eyeing those drones fearfully right about now.
Yeah, that's the Magus down as well, so Lynx will be dropping off for the Desync team pretty quickly. But, I mean, there's only a minute left at this point in the match, and I think we're going to see Gideon drop in probably the next, 10-15 seconds. And then Gunsnarm don't even have to bother trying to kill a Hyperion and an Armageddon in under a minute. It's probably not possible. They just have to not feed any of their ships into the Hyperion at that point.
When you make a AI comp, do you have to feed all the tournament rules into it first?
You would imagine so. Otherwise, you might get some very interesting comps. I mean, I made a Alliance tournament comp using marbles to generate it one time, and I wouldn't call it a successful comp. But in this case, AI seems to have outpaced the marble technology, and for some reason, a Maelstrom is in a winning tournament comp. Like, this is mind-boggling in the year of our Lord 2024. The Maelstrom. It is finally the dawn of its time.
It'll have to go up in points, surely, for the next tournament. You have some say in that, I'm sure.
Yeah, straight up to 50 points.
Okay, do you think a marble comp beats Triple Abaddon?
I think most comps beat Triple Abaddon at this point, marble or no marble. As time runs out, Gunsnarm, powered by AI, defeating Desync here in the Anga Game 6, and we'll hand it back to the studio.
Well, I, for one, welcome our AI overlords, and let it be known that on the 13th of April, 2024, CCP Overload did talk some smack about the Maelstrom and was immediately hoisted upon his own petard. Welcome back, folks. I am CCP Jotun, joined in the studio now with Jin Tan and the moderator. Gentlemen, welcome to the couch. It's so good to have both of you. We've heard your dulcet tones. We've seen your lovely faces throughout the last couple of hours in Jin's case. Let's talk about this match. Let's talk about the Maelstrom pick and the triple Gila. Mod, I want to know, why Maelstrom? Why? What is it about the Maelstrom that is so appealing?
Yeah, so Maelstroms have been one of those ships that we just haven't seen really used much in probably like the last decade of tournament play.
Yeah.
And probably for good reason. It has a bit of an active tanking bonus, but it doesn't really have all that much else really particularly going for it. Doesn't really have a lot of the utility high slots or a lot of the mobility that you might get out of a Tempest or other similarly pointed battleships.
Would you argue that it may be less the strength of the Maelstrom that won that fight and more perhaps the strength of the triple Gila comp?
Yeah, I mean, Triple Gila has always been, you know, a kind of a core that's worked well for teams if you're going to do any sort of like a drone kite or a drone rush, depending on whether or not you choose to fit those with, you know, a light missile or a heavy assault and really dive on top of people. So that's probably going to be more to do with what won them the match.
I don't disagree. And Jen, let's talk very briefly about this desync comp. We've talked about double battleship with a lot of support, which is at face value what they saw here. But there was an issue obviously with keeping those arbitrators up, and you didn't really see a lot of the strength that the Hyperion tends to have to offer. That has made it a favorite of such commentators like Wingnut Cross. What happened there with that Hyperion? Why was it not able to apply all that staggering neutron damage that we know that it's capable?
Well, the simple fact of the matter was that it was screened off. We saw that Merlin doing great work at the very end of the match, just serving as a handbrake for it. But even before then, that Hyperion just spent most of its time applying practically no damage and taking no damage, meaning that it was, 30 plus points just being effectively useless for the large majority of the game because it doesn't have projection. Hyperions are amazing ships. They can be very, very potent if you predict your opponents are going to run something rush-based and you know that they have to come in on you and sit in that neutron range, or your opponents aren't going to have the tackle to prevent it from getting in. But against an unknown opponent, the Hyperion and Armageddon pairing is just... It doesn't quite have the ability to reach out and touch you in the way that the Armageddon Navy issue and the Redeemer and the Paladin pairs that we've been seeing a lot of other teams bring do have. Really, the test is, could those two ships on their own kill logistics? And the answer is no. An Armageddon will never be able to push through and get onto a logistics without a lot of help from his low end. And as a result, that team just kind of fell flat the second those healers were able to run away and start to gain momentum.
You're absolutely right, and it is a shame that we didn't see more out of the Armageddon. Blow me, Juan Kenobi. Moving right along, we have the next match. We have in red the team No Spaceships for Old Men versus the blue team of Laserhawks. Let's talk very quickly about these bans. Starting with you, Mod. No Spaceships for Old Men banning the Hyena, Jackdaw, Cinnable, and then of course Hawks banning the Sleipnir, Kizrael, Redeemer. Mod, the Hyena, Jackdaw, Cinnable. Jackdaw seems like
I hope we haven't lost CCP Jotun here.
Am I gone?
So
right here? Hello?
Part of the utility you get from the Jackdaw is that you can run it as kind of a rush ship. You can use it as a kite. It's got a lot of mids you can have for E-War. We see tracking, disruption, and paint put on them in many different tournaments. Banning out the Hyena basically says, I don't want to deal with any sort of, long-range kite setup, typically, as well. Yin, what do you think generally of the other teams' bans?
Yeah.
Sorry, what were the bans again?
For the Hawks, it was the Sleipnir, the Kizrael, and the Redeemer.
Oh, those first two bans are telling you a very easy story, which is that please do not bring rush against us. Sleipnir, Kizrael. The Kizrael we have seen in some sort of flycular setups, but really its power is in getting on top of your opponents and just beating them in the face. And more importantly, having the ability to project out to 30 km whilst you're doing so. The Redeemer is a bit more of an interesting one. That is obviously one of the key options in that double battleship setup that I was talking about earlier. But I'm not sure why you would ban that one out specifically, unless you are running something really beam or otherwise cap intensive.
Well, it just you do wonder about the ship like the Redeemer. Are you seeing Redeemers so frequently that they warrant a ban over something like the Armageddon, over something like...
And alternatively, why wouldn't you just ban the Deacon? If you ban out the Deacon, you can't face a double Redeemer comp because double Thalia sucks.
You're not wrong. It absolutely does suck. I think we have... Yes, teams are on the grid. So we're going to go now, folks. We are heading back to the arena. We have No Spaceships for Old Men versus Laserhawks. You'll have CCP Overload and Dujek One Eye. We'll be back here in a few minutes for more commentary, but until then, over to the arena.
Welcome back to the arena. We have No Spaceships for Old Nerds in very kitey triple Orthrus comp with carries and Mollis. They do not want to be locked. Overload. What are Laserhawks going to do about it?
Well, they're going to try and chomp down with a variation of the Florida Man comp, bringing an Alligator Basilisk and 3 Gilas. So we're going all lizards all the time here, along with a little bit of Norse mythology and whatever a flycatcher might be. So the two teams coming in opposite from each other, both at pretty extreme range, 30 kilometers and 40 kilometers respectively. So this is going to be about positioning, I think, especially for no spaceships for old men. Hawks are going to probably want to burn away, I think, mostly. It will be a little bit laser awkward if they get caught by some of these Orthruses and just get dunked upon.
Basilisks aren't seen all that much in kiting comps. We've seen a lot of scimitars most days, but we've had 2 single basilisks so far this tournament, and it has been because of bans.
Yeah, I mean, the bans this time, Hyena, Jackdaw, Cinnabon coming from those spaceships. So those are just like strong kiting support comps, ships, and then Hawks banning out Sleipnir, Kiz, and Redeemer, as Jintan says. Also kind of pretty useful rushy things. So this could go either way. It's very hard to tell at this stage. I think I prefer the No Spaceships for Old Men comp at this moment, but we will wait and see as both teams charge pretty much towards each other into the breach.
Yeah, if they get a lot of damps off, the Laserhawks team are going to have to try to assign drones to get them off. But the Mollis and carries are going to have a lot of effect on the Basilisk as well, who can't rep very far at all if he is damped here. And the Flycatcher went down immediately, and Faffy Waffy is the target for Laserhawks.
Is a good primary choice by No Spaceships. The Flycatcher is one of the ships that could really put some pressure on the carries and the Mollis there. So removing that with the Orthrus clips pretty much from the start is going to be good. The question is, can they continue and clip through this Basilisk, which is now starting to boost before they hit the reloads of the Orthruses? And it looks at the moment like they are going to be able to do this and just clip straight through Mick Fightmaster in the Bazzy.
Basilisks have criminally low buffer, having almost no amount of shield. They only have rep, so they are having to boost as fast as they can, and when they're out, they're out.
Mick is holding on for dear life here. I think he might be out of charges though, but I think they have clipped. So it's just drone damage now that is just plinking away at him, but he has no more charges, so he's going to start dropping into hull. Faffy Waffy and that Orthrus also living to win at this point, but it's kind of a stalemate. Here we go. Damage landing back on Mick, and he is down. That was close. That was probably a good 20 seconds that they wanted him down, and he stayed alive for. That could be important later, but with the Scimitar still alive of Mr. Keps, we're looking strong for No Spaceships for Old Men right now.
Yeah, the old team is going to have to spread out to make the drones bounce around really far to get where they want to. Sam Punisher is just losing and gaining all of his armor, the shield, over and over again. And one of the issues with drone comps is that they also don't have rep drones. They've got to use their drones for damage, and they're not giving a lot of support to, for instance, Celebra, who's dying in the Bifrost there.
Yeah, I mean, Sam Punisher, like you say, he's just been kept alive. The Bifrost also about to go down. This is looking more and more one-sided at this point. Losing that Flycatcher really hurt the Laserhawks team's ability to pressure the small ships, the carries and the Mollis, which in turn are doing a ton of control work. The Gilas having to get in a lot closer than they would prefer, possibly to get their drones on in that point, and then just clipping straight through the Basilisk. It was just a sort of wham bam, thank you, ma'am, and we are done, I think, for No Spaceships for Old Men here. They are just going to clean up now.
Yeah. They're also not, the Laserhawks are not tackling anything. They have issues keeping something locked down, and if the No Spaceships team were to get onto a beacon, they could just leave the drones behind if a big ship was in risk of dying.
Yeah, I mean, this team here, the No Spaceships for Old Men, just looking at the number of people here who are tournament winners. Faffy Waffy is a well-known captain, and then you've got Skykiller, Russian, and Pandy, also of Vidra Reloaded. These are multiple Alliance tournament winning pilots. This is a solid theory crafting and execution team. So this is by no means as potentially one-sided as it looks. Like, this is a solid team that Laserhawks are going up against. So yeah, they had a good effort, but it looks like they're going to be evicted from this arena pretty soon.
At this point, I think they just want to try to kill Sam because they've killed 10 times his total amount of hit points over the course of this game, at least.
Are they going to do it? They're going to do it. Sam Punisher into Hull. This is it. You can do it, Laserhawks. I believe in you. Press F harder. The more you hit F, the more damage your drones. This is a not very well-known fact about EVE Online, but if you just hammer F, you get more damage out of your drones.
Yeah, don't hammer F1. It will actually turn off your missiles. Just F.
Just F, yes. F for go away small ships if you're in Aguila. And this time, looks like they did not hammer F hard enough here, as the Keres has survived in 21% structure. Another Aguila goes down. It is just the Gator, the lonely Gator, left foraging for scraps in the arena, trying to see if he can jump down on anything here. But he is being eluded by the small, fast ships. I mean, he's sitting at 86 kilometers as well. This is a long-range alligator. Most gators are normally biting things in front of their face, but this one's like 90 kilometers.
And they're much scarier in water than in space. In fact, most alligator kills happen in water somewhere.
It's factually correct, yes. And in this case, there's been no alligator kills, or no kills from the alligator in space here. Just kills of this alligator as Xaylia, the last remaining laser hawker, about to go down. And that would be a clean sweep for no spaceship for old men. Any last thoughts, Dujik?
No, it was a good game. It was exciting up until half the ships were dead.
Awesome. Well, let's hand it back to CCP Jotun in the desk.
Thank you, CCP Overload. Yes, it's me, CCP Jotun, broadcasting from inside the desk, here with Genton and Moderator. One of the, I think, we're going to talk about the entire comp. We have a little bit of extra time here because that match did end early. But I want to talk about two things first. I want to talk, Genton, we're going to go with you first. I want to talk a little bit about drone comps versus kiting comps. Because drone comps, we've talked about how versatile they are, about how hard it can be to screen off drones, especially when you're talking about bonus ships like EOS's, Gila's, whatever else. But they do suffer when it comes to kite comps that are able to spread out, put all their ships way across the grid, all far away from each other. Why is that such a huge burden against kiting comps specifically?
Yeah, it's such a huge burden for the drone team because they have to because kite teams are the teams which can give the highest basically relative impact on drone speed. You know, if you're flying an Orthrus, you're flying at 1,500 to 2,000 meters a second, and you're being chased by at best Valkyries, which are going 3.75k. So it traveling 30, 40, 50 kilometers is going to take 2 to 3 times the actual time you think it will on paper. You know, if in effect your drones are only going to be traveling at about 1,000 meters a second. And that just isn't age when you get to a tournament environment. You're looking at 30 seconds sometimes for your drones to actually start seriously applying to things like logistics, and that just kills you because in that time your opponents can possibly just trade something out from underneath you, and then you're losing the race before your drones have even started doing work.
You're absolutely right. Mod, before we get going, because I had something else to you about specifically, but first of all, Moderator, you look very good today.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
This is a great look for you, by the way, with the flannel and the hair, and it's. I mean, the chat is thirsty for Moderator right now. Let it be known. Anyway, Mod, let's talk about this comp. Let's talk about this comp from No Spaceships for Old Men. Triple Orthrus, Claymore, Skimmy, Keres, Maulus. Very well rounded, I think, is said in between the match. What about this comp makes it so competitive?
So everything about that comp just synergizes so well with each other. So you bring a Claymore that has, long range kiting, missile damage if you put heavies on there like the Russian team did. And then you have your links on it, right? So you get a speed link and you get a shield resist. And then you have your two Maulus, where your Keres and your Maulus, right? And you're like, okay, I'm going to throw all of these onto, whatever it is that really wants to try to lock me out at range, right? So the idea being, okay, you're going to have to get right up on me to do literally anything. And then you can try to damp out logistics, right? Force that Logi to come in close. And we saw that happen. Good damp swaps. And then when they did, and the Basilisk was forced to come in to deal with it, they just think their clips and dunked it. Once they did that, they just surgically worked through their, lower support core, got rid of anything that could tackle them, and then just surgically picked them apart. I almost hate to say it, but it felt like they just won it in draft.
I don't disagree with you, and this is one of those things where whenever you have the Skimmy unbanned, and I keep saying Scimitar, I know it's Scimitar, but I think Skimmy's a funny name. When you leave the Skimmy unbanned, you're always leaving yourself open to this kind of comp where you are forced to try and run somebody down. And especially when you're bringing a drone heavy comp, Jinton's absolutely right. You put yourself in a position where your drones, even if every time you have to switch a target, your drones might be burning 5-10 seconds just to get to the next target before they can apply any damage. Much worse than any kind of missile comp. That's a hard position to be in. But we're going to go ahead and move on. We're going to go ahead now to go to the next match, the penultimate match of the day. We have one more after this, and we are finished until tomorrow. We have two teams, Spooky Action at a Distance, great team name, and New Eden Villains Valley, who we saw earlier today. Let's look at these bands. First, from Spooky Action at a distance, ban the Orthrus, the Gila, the Ishtar, and the Scimitar, and New Eden Villains Valley banning the Orthrus again, plus the Vigilant, plus the Kizriel, and plus the Barghest. Jinton, the Orthrus, Gila, Ishtar, Scimitar seems like an interesting spread of bans. What are you seeing there?
That is a team that does not want to deal with anyone running away from them with DPS. You know, Gila, Ishtar, Scimitar, these are all the underpinnings of a kite comp. But I almost wonder if that's not kind of burying the lead a little, because we're not seeing the hyena bans that we would normally see from teams that are really worried about drone control range. We're not seeing the Kerrys or Kerrys ban potentially. Very interesting choices there. Very interesting choices.
You're absolutely right. Before we go over to the next team's bans, I do want to say, Jinton, you also look great as well. Always do. Just want to make sure that I'm echoing the comments being made in chat. Very thirsty for both of our commentators today. Which is honestly great because they distract from sort of this whole situation going on over here. Anyway, moderator, New Eden Villains Valley, the Orthrus, again a double ban, the Vigilant, the Kiz, and the Barghest, getting another Barghest ban in there. What are you seeing? Especially that Vigi ban seems strange. We have not seen a Vigilant ban yet.
Yeah, so we've seen, I think Snuff was the team that brought it as part of their control comp with a Widow earlier today to great effect, actually, against that Viter Core, using it to hold down one of the armor Tech 2 logistics frigates, and using that to kind of be their win condition. So Vigilant is just strong webs. I mean, you're not going to probably have a lot of ability to bring a 90% web unless you want to bring a Vindicator, in which case your entire core is going to revolve around that Vindicator. Vigilant lets you kind of work with that and have a control setup, but these bans say to me that New Eden does not want to deal with any sort of a kite con, right? Orthrus, Kizriel, Barghest, all very strong at kiting. Same with the bans from New Eden Open. Orthrus, Gila, Ishtar, Scimitar says no kites and no strong drones, right? Gila, Ishtar, the best two real cruiser drone boats you have in this event.
I think it's interesting because that does, when you talk about two teams who have committed, seemingly fully committed to removing the, at least most of the mainstays of those kite comps, that leaves you with a lot of brawl comps, that leaves you with a lot of control comps, which we have not actually seen a lot of so far. We've seen a lot of rush, we've seen a lot of kiting, not a ton of armor control, and it's a little bit harder with this seven-man team format to fit all those extra, because you need a lot of extra support that you're not getting, and certainly that leaves us open for that as a backup. I don't know. I think we have the arena. Yes, we do have teams now in the arena. So folks, we'll be going now over to the arena. We have Spooky Action at a Distance versus New Eden Villains Valley will be over there with CCP Overload, and Dujek One Eye will be back here at the desk in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am once again CCP Overload, joined by Dujek One Eye for this match, Spooky Action at a Distance versus New Eden Villains Valley. And look what we see here, Spooky Action bringing another variation of the Florida Man, a snappy version this time with double alligators, and then, interestingly enough, long-range webs with this Loki. So they're going to potentially use that to screen things off. The Onyx says that to me as well. Long scram on that thing, and then Navy Osprey and twin Bantams. So going to be kiting away, and their Warpins betray that they might not actually want to do that because they're sitting at 0. So interesting positioning from them. Dujek, what else are we seeing here?
The other team has a Redeemer and a Falcon, so they want to tackle people down and nuke them and not get shot back. I'm surprised by the Falcon as a choice, but I guess it is somewhat cheaper than the Rook is in this format. And I don't think they have come equipped for ham alligators rushing their face, to be quite honest. The carries is not going to do all that much. And I wonder if they just have to try to erase them as well, getting the Bantams off the field quickly.
Yeah, I feel like it is going to have to be go for them Bantams quickly. Interesting, the concept of ham alligators. I'm not sure if that's the type of meat that comes from a gator, but we can certainly assume it is for now. The match is about to be underway, and we'll see which way these teams are about to burn. I'm very interested to see if this Spooky Action at a distance decide that the distance they want to be at is 0, and they do as they turn and burn straight towards New Eden's Villain Valley.
Yeah, the Confessor of Pasio is going to just tackle one thing quickly, tackle the Loki to keep the webs off the rest of their team. Asura in the Osprey Navy is taking some damage off the bat here for the Spooky Action team, but I think that they're just going to kill that Confessor quickly or burn past them.
Yeah, that Confessor was right in amongst them at the start, which is not where he wanted to be, but he is actually surviving fairly well right now, as the damage has moved on to the Navy Osprey. Sorry, the Kerries, I should say.
Yeah, there's a lot of drones going around here. King Myth in the Falcon is first to start taking serious damage here. Probably getting some jams off on somebody who has the DPS to retaliate.
Yeah, so interestingly, the Confessor and the Loki, they're just having their own private conversation in the center of the arena right now. They both tackled each other. It's sort of like the Spider-Man meme when they're both pointing at each other, both of them screening each other off, and they're just sitting back and forward at each other while the rest of their teams play the rest of the match. At the moment, it is looking fairly even right now. Damage being split across a lot of New Eden Villain Valley, but the Magus right now is the one that is really getting chunked on.
Yeah, Spooky Action just isn't taking a lot of damage back. Like, the Redeemer is trying to shoot something they're not hitting, and the Magus is just dead, and the Confessor seems to be losing the battle against the Loki here.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing any jams coming out or landing from that Falcon as well, so he might just be having bad luck right now, but I think they rely a lot on this ECM to mitigate a bunch of the damage, especially as they start to split their fleet up a little bit more. Losing the Magus means they will lose Lynx in another minute or so, and to be honest, nothing on Spooky Action Distance is really looking like it's in trouble at the minute. One Alligator of Control Freak a little bit under some pressure, but I mean, the two Bantams should be able to keep him up pretty easily at this point.
Yeah, I like the Redeemer is actually deceptively high damage. I guess a lot of people who have been dropped on by one would know that, but it is actually one of the highest damage battleships in the game, just in the tournament format, and it's chunking that Alligator, but
yeah. He's getting closer and closer to Control Freak and the Alligator, and obviously with lasers he can swap ammo immediately, so he'll be swapping to optimal ammo as he gets further and further in, and really ramping up the damage on that Gator. Two Bantams, one of them is getting pressure from something, so that means that Pasty White Devil is going to have to keep one rep going on and off of Jiang in order to keep his Bantam buddy alive, and Control Freak drops ever closer to armor, and when he hits armor he might go down pretty quickly. But look at Cotton in that Oneirus, he is in trouble.
Yeah, they cannot afford to lose their Logi, to put it mildly. If the Logi goes down, that's the bottom card of the House of Cards, and it's all going to collapse.
Yeah, if they trade this Oneros for a Gator, I don't think that's a good trade. They really need to keep it alive. And I mean, we're playing very close to the edge of the arena now. We're up at 110 kilometers for this Oneros and increasing. A reminder for viewers, the arena is 125 kilometers. Should you dare trespass outside it, you will be immediately blown up by the game.
Yeah, the Oneros is not... Yeah, the Oneros is definitely not evading anything here. He's webbed by the Osprey Navy and is being shot down. And they're going to die at the same time, but then the Falcon is going to die.
Most importantly in this match, the Confessor and the Loki are still just sitting in the center of the arena, bashing each other in the face and doing nothing else. They're still fighting. I'll come back to you with further developments on the Confessor versus Loki later, but for now, this Oneros really in trouble again. He is going to go down.
Yeah, they did kill the alligator first, so they got the trade that wasn't in their favor, and the Confessor is going to die now.
Yeah, unfortunately, that fight is over. The Loki wins. That's it. Thank you for coming, ladies and gentlemen. The Loki wins against the Confessor. Let's hand it back to... No, actually, we still have other...
Isn't that a slightly unfair weight class, though?
Yeah, I mean, that Confessor was pretty hard carrying. Like, he locked down that Loki. I know they were locking each other down, so technically they both win. But he stopped that Loki, which is a pretty key ship for Spooky Action at Distance from getting out and about. That has made it a lot harder for Spooky Action Distance to get to where they are now. If that Loki was able to just web things and move around, then this match would have been a lot more one-sided. So that Confessor of Passio Onzo should definitely be commended for his efforts.
Yeah, the Falcon has died, the Carries is just about to die, and they might not have enough time to finish off the Redeemer here. We'll see if it happens, but they're clearing up the rest of the ships first.
Yeah, that's the Carries down, so it is just the Pontifex and the Redeemer at this point. So we are into full-on cleanup mode. Spooky Action at Distance, very well executed. Brainstraw gets to come and actually play at the end of the match, webbing the Pontifex down for his buddies. But yeah, I mean, I don't really know what else New Eden Villain Valley could have done there. The Redeemer was a little bit perhaps cautious. He should have been charging in. I know ham gators are scary, but he needed to get in earlier and really pressure those gators, and they probably could have brought them down a little bit quicker.
Yeah, they needed to separate their squishy backline with their tankier front line a bit sooner. But which they did half and half, but they also didn't have enough tackle ships to keep everything locked down anyway. Regardless of what they paired off and having each destroyer tackle a thing and the Redeemer tackle a thing, the Falcon is not helping in that case, and neither are the frigates or Logi.
Yeah, the Falcon I do think is a bit of a strange comp. Perhaps Mod and Jin on the desk can discuss that a little bit more. There's other ships that I think maybe would have fit better there, but I don't have the giga brain of those two, so they can perhaps enlighten us. A Navy Osprey has just got hit pretty hard, but it's too little too late as the Redeemer goes down, and it is 150 to 35 in favor of Spooky Action at a Distance. So let's hand it back to the studio.
Spooky Action at a Distance with a convincing win over the team from New Eden Villains Valley. A couple things to talk about that one. Thank you, CCP Overload, for the alley-oop. I'm going to ignore it at first to talk first to Moderator about this comp from New Eden Villains Valley. So before the match, I mentioned that a couple of things that we could possibly see were a rush comp, which we did in the Alligators, and we talked about seeing an armor control comp, which is kind of what we saw from this New Eden Villains Valley team. But one of the these armor control comps often control heavy, don't typically have an excess of DPS, and that seems to be even further exacerbated in the 7-man format. Can you win a match in the 7-man format with only one DPS battleship?
Against that comp, no. Against
Yeah.
other certain comps, possibly, but the problem that they ran into is the distribution of points that they had with an Oneros, a Falcon, and a Redeemer basically makes it so I don't have any more points to spend on anything. And then I have to get some, Vegas, Pontifex, double link ship, and then a Confessor. So yeah, you have some decent support ships, but like you have a Confessor and you've got a Redeemer, and that's basically it for damage. And you're not going to do great against a rush comp in any sort of a trade there. I think something that the man known as formerly Ithaca Hawk was saying is that Falcon, not the best choice there. So Rook, pretty much strictly speaking, better. You don't see them a lot on Tranquility because of the fact that you usually want some sort of a Black Ops capable or cloak capable ship there. But on the actual tournament server, things are a little bit different. You would want to either go with a Blackbird and say, hey, I'm going to spend a little bit less points, get maybe slightly less effective gems, but maybe I upgrade my Confessor to something a little bit beefier, and I can make my change my Pontifex and Magus out for like a command ship or some sort of battle cruiser instead. Just a little bit more beef, a little bit more strength to augment that Redeemer. Spooky Action did play very well, though. Credit.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Jen, I want to talk about Spooky Action for just a second before we move on. I don't want to criticize the comp too well because they did win and they played it very convincingly. But the Onyx seems like an interesting choice in the middle of that comp. Onyx is obviously you don't get to use your Hick bubble. Not that you would want to anyway. Doesn't really make any sense. But you do still have your long points and your long scrams if you need them. And they do have some amount of DPS. What is the benefit of the Onyx over just trying to maybe adjust the comp and get yourself T2 Frigate Logi instead? What are you thinking here?
Your Onyx is your long scram. Obviously, we saw that they had banned out quite a lot of the kite ships, but I think the Onyx is just a little bit of a hedge. You are paying over the odds for the amount of EHP and the DPS you get out of an Onyx, but you get that utility of being able to put a 26-kilometer range bubble of, hey, if you get inside here, you're going to die. And that can be very, very effective versus more fragile compositions where there are one or two key ships that if you can pick off, you can win off the back of that.
Sure.
Especially Orthros-based comps come to mind in that regard.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's go ahead now and move to the final match of today's set. We have the team from Disaster. That is Disaste. That's Disaster. Versus Snuffed Out, moderator's own Snuffed Out, captained by, of course, our beloved Nuke Michael. Disaster banning the Widow, Sentinel, Curse, and Gila. Snuffed Out banning the Abaddon, Scimitar, Curse, Gila. Mod, let's talk about the team from Disaster. Widow, Sentinel, Curse, Gila. What are you seeing there?
So, if I'm Disaster, I'm banning out Widow because I just saw Snuff bring it against Vidra and win in a major upset there. So I'm probably a little bit spooked about that composition I just saw. Sentinel is I really, really hate tracking and disruption. Yeah. It was a very effective ship. It's one of the hallmarks, just really good control teams is bringing Sentinels, similar electronic assault frigates. Curse, Gila, both teams choosing to ban that, interestingly, for their second. Curse, again, just a lot of tracking disruption, the bigger brother of Sentinel. And Gila is, again, I don't like getting rushed, and I don't like getting, kited. Gila's just generally a very good ship.
I agree. Jen, let's talk about these Snuffed Out bans for just a second. Widow and the Scimitar both. Not the Widow and the Scimitar, excuse me, the Abaddon and the Abaddon has not seen an abundance of success today. What do you see when somebody tries to ban out the Abaddon? What are they trying to avoid? Are they just trying to avoid that kind of like armor brawl, sit in the middle of the arena comp?
I have no idea, but what that tells me is that your whatever comp you want to bring probably doesn't have a lot of DPS. The Abaddon is really good at just sitting there and being like, cool, you have a 1,500 DPS comp, I have 300,000 EHP, good luck. That kind of math problem. I guess that's one that Snuffed Out don't think they can solve.
Well, you are absolutely right about that. We're about to drop over to the arena. I see the teams have landed, including my own favorite from the Disaster team, Chad Hammercock, my good friend and beloved namesayer for the Alliance tournament. But we are going to pass it off now for the teams from Disaster, Snuffed Out. One more time over to CCP Overload and Dujek One Eye for the last match of today's first day of the Anger Games 6. We'll send it over to the arena.
Hello and welcome to the arena. Snuffed Out have brought the rushiest ham rush I've seen today with triple Cyclone Fleet, and they just want to get in somebody's face and blast them apart. Tell me about the Disaster team.
Disaster are ready to have their face blown apart because they're sitting not far away, and they are going to see if they can in fact hold their face together. And they have double Geddons, the lesser spotted Stratios, Twin Deacons, Pontifex, and Vexer. Now, the Stratios is an interesting one, usually picked because someone forgot their glasses and thought it was a Gila, and this is kind of why you end up with this. It's not the most common ship to see in tournaments, but it does have value as a kind of pseudo Gila. If they don't get away pretty quickly, this could be over fast, though.
What is the Disaster team killing the Snuffed Out team with in this case? They don't have any guns on their team.
Yeah, guns are overrated. We've talked about hammering that F key for drones, and that's exactly what those Geddons are going to do. They're going to just F. The Stratios is going to do that as well, as is the Vexer. We're all about the Fs here in the Disaster team. Meanwhile, if we're doing Fs for Snuffed Out, it's F for Fleet and F for F1, as they're going to be hammering that. That Tyrannus, oh boy, twin Tyrannuses, and one of them is getting solidly effed right now by the drones.
Yeah, the Tyrannuses are there to tackle things very quickly because the Snuffed Out team didn't actually bring any Largy. They just kill. They do not rep, which is good because they're not going to take that much damage this game.
Yeah, I mean, the Tyrannuses are being very quickly removed from the field, and that is going to make it slightly harder to tackle down anything on the other team. However, both teams just right next to each other, really. Kiting is not something that we do here. We just approach and we hit F1 or occasionally F.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. I was curious to see what kind of weapon system the Bellicose had, but he has cleverly decided that since he has way less tank than his friends, he's going with heavy missiles. And
First
everyone
down. The thing is, losing that Geddon also is a lot of control because those are range bonus newts on those Geddons, and because they have gone for full drone damage, they're going to be really pressuring the cap of the Fleet Cyclones here. Now, they're probably going to be XLASB. It would be kind of dumb if it wasn't, but they still are going to require a ton of cap to keep their hardeners running as well.
Yeah, and neuting out the hardener is going to help in terms of getting them down faster, but I think I'd be scared to fly a Cyclone Fleet without Largy and rush at people. That would scare me personally.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure which of these Fleet Cyclones has managed to fit on the Sino for the Faxes, but maybe that is their strategy here from Snuffed Out, bring in reinforcements.
However, no, the Loki has the Sino, clearly.
Of course, it's the Loki. That's why he's hiding around there. Now, we're going to lose another Fleet Cyclone, Nuke Michael, the captain, about to go down here, but still only one Geddon down on Disaster, so it's probably still kind of like a bit of back and forward here. I mean, 42 to 44 points. It's 3 ships versus 1, but it is a chunky ship on the Disaster side. They don't have much DPS, and they're about to lose a Vexer as well.
Yeah, he's going down slowly. I question the wisdom of trying to kill the Armageddon and the Vexer at the same time, to be fair, but this Armageddon isn't close to anything.
No, he MJD'd away.
Yeah. And like, that is a disaster for the Snuffed Out team in particular.
Yeah, because that means, of course, he can no longer be shot at. However, there's no one tackled on the Snuff side, so they can move around. We're still surprisingly all balled up together, even though the overall blob has moved up to about 100 kilometers from the center of the arena. At the minute, no one seems to be really doing much of the old shooty shoot. They're just kind of like circling again.
Yeah, hams aren't gonna shoot far enough to let them get at much, except for what would be tackling them. And if they're not tackled at all, they just have to pick what they want to get over to and get on with it. But even if the Armageddon has left, he's still doing damage through his drones. Which...
Yeah, this is, to answer the questions in chat, this is in fact PvP. These players are fighting. We will see that evident very, very soon, I'm sure, when somebody gets tackle on somebody else. However, there doesn't seem to be much tackle left on either of these sides. Now, sometimes you fed these Vexors as tackle. I think in this case it's probably a Newt Vexor, I would imagine. So it's probably not a tackle Vexor. But, I mean, pro tip, one of you teams needs to do something, preferably Snuff.
Mathemius is dying. Like, it's just very subtle because of the low damage killing him and the fact that he's a Loki and their tank is all hell.
It is somewhat amusing that they have no Logi, and if they had, like, one small Logi somewhere, even some rep bots right now, I think he could tank this. They don't have rep bots, so he might just die really, really slowly and with a kind of whimper right now, because not much damage is hitting him, but they have nothing to counter it with.
Yeah, I'm willing to defend taking 2 interceptors instead of Logi on the basis of like the idea behind the comp, but for this match, they would have wished that they had Logi instead for sure. It just isn't feasible to rush after an actual kite comp with Logi frigates that are Tech 1 and not catch them.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Snuff have also been spending some time clearing out the drones here on the Disaster, but they have essentially traded a Loki for those drones. Now, if it's been enough that they have reduced the incoming damage to the point that they can tank it with their local ASBs, then they might be able to just ram in on Alexander Chorigan and then blast him down before they lose something else. That's probably their win condition.
They would, in theory, be able to defang the team in time to lose on points. They have less than 2 minutes remaining, and if they killed all the drones, they would kill no ships, and then they would lose anyway. So I think they just had to like get damage off the field. At that point, maybe like kill a Stratios and a Vexor and hope that it was enough, but they have 1 minute, 2 ships, and no chance of winning this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decently big-brained strategy to realize that you need to remove some of the incoming damage and start killing drones, and depending on if they'd had any of their own local reps, or rather rep bots, that might have been something they would have been able to pull off. The 7 minutes rather than 10 minutes, of course, means that this is harder to do. You have less time to do it in the first place and also to recover afterwards. Joza now in the Fleet Cyclone, probably going to go down before the end of the match, but I think that might be it. Wally Martz will be the sole remaining member of Snuffed Out, still alive in the arena. They can go back to their own comms afterwards, and he can tell everyone to get better and stop dying. Joza is holding on for dear life to say, I agree, and we'll find out if he survives.
Yeah, they never did light that Sino, but they realized that Job Space is not in range of any LOSIC.
And that's it. So GFs are being passed out in local. Snuffed Out is taken out by Disaster. The Cyclone Fleet does go down, but it's after the match, so it doesn't actually count. And with that, that was our final match of the day. I've been CCP Overload. The other lovely voices being Dujek One Eye, and we'll hand it back for the final time to the desk.
Welcome back, folks. And of course, Snuff Out has been snuffed out. The team from Disaster coming through in the clutch with a strong victory over a what is a scary comp. I want to be very clear at the top of this thing. A scary comp. I, of course, for the last time today, am CCP Jotun. With me, of course, Jin Tan and moderator. Jin, let's start with you first. This comp from Snuffed Out, the Triple Fleet Cyclone, has a lot of DPS. This is the I think Dujek said is the rushiest of rush comps. When you are in a comp like this, and you are up against dual battleships? Is it smarter to go for the play that they did where they rush down one battleship and try and nuke one off the grid? Or is it do you try to, pick around, find something a little bit squishier, try and clean up the back end before you go over those higher point targets?
Yeah, it is one of those things that's very, very context dependent. You've got to look at the matchups, whether or not you're likely to be able to get tackle advantage and be able to press your victory after you have killed that one battleship. You can always kill the first thing that you commit on with a rush. If you can't, your rush is not set up correctly. The question is, what do you do after that point? And unfortunately here, Snuffed Out, I do think that they made the correct decision going for that battleship, but they weren't quite able to move on from that point. They just got locked down. They lost so much cap from those two Armageddons just pounding newts into them the whole time. It was always going to be difficult. Felt like a very 70-30, 60-40 kind of matchup.
Mm-hmm.
But Snuffed Out just weren't able to make it happen.
Yeah, there was, but again, this is not really so much a criticism, I think, of Snuffed Out's comp, or maybe even their piloting. Just it is a tough matchup to run into, and I'm curious before we go forward, Mod, the decision for the Disaster team to bring the Stratios in that comp, as opposed to, I don't think the Gila was banned. Never mind. So in your mind, is the Stratios the replacement for the Gila in this comp?
I mean, you can see armor Gilas sometimes, but usually not really, just because of the way that they're designed. You can't really get good damage or tank in an armor Gila. So oftentimes you'll see either a Vex or Navy issue or a Stratios brought in an armor comp. I mean, especially given that the Ishtar was, I believe, banned in that match. You may not have the option or the points to really make that work. My criticism really of, I guess, enough there was that they overcommitted their Tyrannuses early on. Didn't seem like they caught anything.
Yeah.
Going for the battleship initially was, it was a win condition. But the problem that you run into is that you need to deal with the Frigology, because if you don't kill those Deacons in a heavy missile comp, you just run into a situation where everything permatanks you for the rest of the match, and if you can't rush or break anything, you're going to be in for a hard time. So they needed to find a way to kill those Deacons, and probably needed to hold their Tyrannuses in reserve for that.
I think you're absolutely right. But that, folks, will bring us to the end of today's proceedings. We've had a lot of exciting matches. We'll have more tomorrow. Stream starts at 1700 UTC. You can catch it here at twitch.tv/CCP. You can also catch our second stream, which will also be going tomorrow, twitch.tv/Eve Tournaments. Tomorrow here in this stream, you'll see teams like Odin's Call. You'll see teams like Templus Calcif. You'll see teams like Hidden Ship Village, Idiot Contract Scam Esports. All right here, twitch.tv/CCP. I've been CCP Jotun. With me, of course, Jinton, moderator, Dujek One Eye, and CCP Overload. We'll all be back tomorrow to do this thing again. Until then, we'll see you next time. Be safe and fly dangerously, folks.